We are now live.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to this morning's licensing subcommittee, new premises licence for Edge Noco in Ringsfield. The first item on this morning's agenda is to seek nominations for a chair, please.
Nominate Councillor Reeves.
And a seconder?
I'll second that.
Thank you. Over to you, Councillor Reeves.
Right, thank you everybody for turning out. For those of us in the Deben conference room, there is no fire alarm test scheduled for today. Therefore, if the alarm sounds, please follow the green emergency exit signs to the nearest available exit. Do not use the lift. Please go to the fire assembly point at the entrance to Raduna Park in front of the concrete structure. Do not re-enter the building until you are informed it is safe to do so. For those who may be watching the meeting on the Council's YouTube channel, I would like to explain that during the discussion of the following item, any participants joining the meeting via Zoom will raise their hands virtually and I will invite them to speak. At the conclusion of our consideration of this application, the subcommittee, together with its legal advisor and clerk, will adjourn to consider its decision. A message to this effect will be shown on the YouTube channel for the duration of the adjournment. At the end of the adjournment, if for any reason we require more time to deliberate, the clerk or myself will reopen the broadcast to indicate the revised time for the reconvening of the meeting. The message on the YouTube channel will also be refreshed to reflect the new time. I'm Councillor Lee Reeves. I represent Orwell Villages and I invite other members of the panel to introduce.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Alan Green. I'm a ward member for Cuttingland.
And I'm Councillor Katie Graham and I'm ward member for Aldborough and Leiston.
Are there any apologies for absence?
No apologies today.
Okay. There is a designated substitute present at today's meeting of the licensing subcommittee. The reason for our substitute is so that if anything happened to a panel member of the subcommittee before the meeting commenced, or one of the panel was taken ill during the meeting, the substitute can take their place. The substitute will remain for the meeting and may retire with the subcommittee to observe its discussions as it arrives at its decision. This is for training purposes and the substitute will not participate in the deliberations or the formation of a decision. May I ask if there are any objections to the substitute retiring with the subcommittee? No. Can you introduce yourself?
Yeah. Certainly can. Councillor Hedgley, I'm the member for Carlford Ward.
Thank you. I invite members and officers present to make any declarations of interest that they may have in relation to items on the agenda or at any stage during the meeting if it becomes apparent that this may be required. No. Declarations of lobbying and responses to that lobbying. I invite members present to make any declarations of lobbying related to the agenda and to indicate their response, if any, to that lobbying. No. Thank you. Not from me either. I invite the following to introduce themselves. Firstly, our legal advisor.
Martin Clark, licensing lead solicitor, and I'm legal advisor for this meeting.
Okay. Democratic Services officers.
Katie Cassidy, Democratic Services Officer. I'm clerking this morning and I'm joined by colleagues from Democratic Services who are hosting.
Okay. And the licensing officers.
Matt Cockerell, licensing officer.
Tiffany Bentley, licensing manager.
Can I hear from the applicant as the introduce yourself? Yes.
My name is Alex Clare from Edge at NOCO.
Okay, thank
My name is Aaron Riches and I'm here and consulting for Edge NOCO.
My name is Daisy Bonham and I'm the proposed DPS of Edge NOCO.
Okay. Representative of any responsible authorities? I don't think we've got any. Have we? No. Okay. And representatives of the interested parties who made relevant representations. I don't know. Do they need to introduce?
I think for the purposes of, given the number of them, we can assume that they're the
Yes.
people who've made representations.
Right. Can I ask the legal advisor therefore to clarify the procedure that will be followed?
Yeah, the procedures that we followed, the order that the parties will present their cases are as follows. The licensing officer will go first, and then the applicant, and then the objectors. In each case, there'll be questions asked with the leave of the subcommittee in the following order. The subcommittee, the licensing officer, the applicant, the objectors, and then myself. And then with final speeches, if they wish, it'll be the licensing officers, then the objectors and the applicants. I must make it clear that only people who've made representations or people who have been specifically appointed on behalf of a person to make a representation can speak. If you've not made a representation and you've not been appointed by a person to speak on their behalf, then you will not be able to speak during the meeting. And if I would also say at this stage, is anybody who is disruptive, which I hope doesn't happen, the chair does have the power to exclude people from meetings. And then following the closing speeches, the subcommittee will retire to consider its decision, and then we'll return to announce its decision.
Thank you. Can I have confirmation that all parties have received the agenda and report for the meeting? Yeah. Okay, thanks. And so I have to ask a formal question. Do you wish to withdraw your application? No, okay. We have to ask. Yeah, sure. Yeah.
One other thing I would add is that the objectors, I know there's quite a lot of them here, which is a good thing for the local democracy. However, it's up to you as to whether or not you want to appoint a spokesperson to speak and have one person speak and then have another person add anything if there's anything that's been left off. You're each entitled to speak. The only thing I would say is that if you're going to say the same thing times 13 or 14 times, it may take a lot of time and may not. It's up to you. You're entitled to do that, but it may not be of great assistance to the speaker if you're just going to say the same thing 12 or 13 times. But you are entitled to do that if you wish.
Thank you. To the licensing officer, has there been any request for appearance of any witnesses or any documentary or additional information which party wishes to represent?
No, Chair.
Thank you. In that case, we move to the formal committee report, and I ask the licensing officer to summarise the written report.
So an application has been made for a new premises license at Edge NOCO, Lakeview, Church Road, Ringsfield, NR 34 8NT. The reason for this hearing is that 32 relevant representations have been received from local residents and one from a responsible authority, Environmental Protection. There were no objections from any other responsible authorities. That's the Fire Service, Trading Standards, Planning, the Police, Environmental Health, Food and Safety, and Public Health. The applicant was provided with a copy of these representations and they are attached as Appendix C and D to the report. Having received a copy of all the representations, the applicant informed the licensing team that he wishes to withdraw the following from the application: films, indoor sporting events, live music, performance of dance, and recorded music, All that remains on the application now is supply of alcohol on and off the premises and late night refreshment indoors and outdoors. These amendments were sent to all parties who had objected to the application. As a result of this, 4 objections were withdrawn, including the one from Environmental Protection. This means that 28 objections remain. One of the objectors submitted a video clip of activity at the premises to evidence the noise and disturbance at the boundary to his property. This was sent to the members on the panel, the legal advisor and the applicant. Since the publication of the report, the applicant has submitted a noise management plan, which is not a public document. This has once again been sent to the members on the panel and the legal advisor. The report identifies a number of other points for the subcommittee to consider. These are the guidance issued under Section 182 of the Licensing Act 2003, the Council's current statement of licensing policy, and the Human Rights Act 1998. If the subcommittee has reason to depart from these, it is asked to give full reasons for doing so. The subcommittee will be asked to determine this application by 1, granting the application subject to any mandatory conditions and those consistent with the application. 2, granting the application subject to the same conditions but modified to such extent as the subcommittee considers appropriate for the promotion of the licensing objectives. Or 3, by rejecting the application. Depending on the decision of the subcommittee, both the applicant and other parties that have made representations have the rights of appeal to the Magistrates' Court. When announcing its decision, the subcommittee is asked to state its reasons.
Thank you. Do the subcommittee members have questions to the licensing officer?
No, thank you.
From my point of view, the area of the licensing covers the entire thing rather than a set place where indoor music, for instance, could have taken place. Do you have any views as to the acceptability of that in terms of having outdoor being across the whole site and very close to the neighbouring properties?
So when the application was submitted, that was the plan that was provided. That was an acceptable plan with obviously the thick red outline around the licensed area. That's the application that was submitted.
If I can assist, I think it's for the subcommittee to decide whether it's reasonable or acceptable or not. I don't think it's for the licensing officer or the licensing manager to comment on that.
Okay, thank you. No further questions? No. Okay, thank you. Does the applicant wish to put any questions to the licensing officer? No? Okay, thank you. Do any of the representatives wish to ask specifically questions of the licensing officer for what they just said? Okay, can you come forward? If you press the right hand button. That's it. Yeah.
Hi, my name's Kerry Foster. Hi. I just wanted a note of clarification because I'm not a licensing expert, just around the withdrawal of the recorded music and live music. And I just wanted clarification around the timings of that. Is it such that because you very kindly foregone the right to play that music, that is at all times, or are we asking that they don't need the standard allowance for music? Because I think that would make a significant difference to a lot of the people sat behind me.
Right. Does licensing want to? You can turn. No, yeah, that's it.
Yeah. So under deregulation, because of the on sales of alcohol, which has been applied for, if on sales was to be granted, then anywhere inside the red licensed area would be entitled to have live or recorded music.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Okay, anybody else from the objectors wish to put questions to licensing officer? No. Okay. In that case, oh, just legal advisor wish to.
I have no questions.
Okay, thank you. In that case, I therefore invite the applicant or the person representing or assisting them to present their case, including calling any witnesses.
Press the button. Good morning, Chair and members of the committee. As you know, my name is Alex Clare and I'm here today as the owner and creator of Edge, as you know it, Edge at NOCO. So thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. I would like to begin by explaining who I am and what Edge represents, because this application is about far more than simply obtaining an alcohol license. It's about continuing to build something positive, community driven and valuable for this local area. I come from Upton in Norfolk, a small village built on community spirit and local values, just like Ringsfield. My family owned the village farm there, and I was raised understanding the importance of hard work, supporting our neighbours, and contributing to the place we all call home, ultimately working together. I've also worked in and been involved in with our local community pub. Some of you may or may not know it, but the Upton White Horse, granted by King Charles, which taught me firsthand how important local hospitality venues are in bringing communities together. And that was 14 years ago, and it still stands thriving today in community spirit. That sense of community is where Edge began. So I first started Edge in Winterton-on-Sea, another small, beautiful village known for its seaside charm. There I saw how food and drink could both bring people together, create atmosphere, support the local people, and most importantly to me, generate jobs. That same vision has continued into everything that I'm here for today. I've built Edge through hard work, passion of my own, and genuine desire to create something that people can be proud of. My brand has always stood for bringing people together, creating opportunities, and supporting others. Over the years, I've used my business to support young children, multiple charities, and together with community, Edge has raised thousands of pounds for cancer charities and Keeping Abreast, and Break charity, which is a cause very close to my heart. A license would allow me to support the charities even further by hosting fundraising events, charity evenings, and community gatherings in Ringsfield on site. Additionally, part of our wider plans is to create a Christmas market involving local suppliers with all of our proceeds and to go to our chosen charities, as well as promised, the upkeep of Ringsfield Village Hall. Rather than only catering events or donating vouchers, we'd be able to offer a full experience, helping to generate even more money and, most importantly, awareness for causes that matter deeply to many people, I'm sure. My dream has always been to open a restaurant and create an atmosphere where everyone feels welcome, safe, included, and of course happy. Edge at NOCO is the realisation of that dream. In just 4 weeks since opening, we have created something special, from ice creams, coffees, to locally sourced specials, to tasting menus paired with wines that support local vineyards and producers, supporting businesses and bringing something unique to the area. Without that license, we simply would not be able to do this. We have supported local musicians, using our stance on social media to give them presence and kickstart their careers in equally as hard industry. We have supported the wider community wherever possible. I've offered support to Ringsfield Village Hall. I've sponsored now recently the full kit and training kit for Ringsfield Football Club under 10s, and offered additional park benches free of charge in the Ringsfield Village Hall field, and offered cake and coffee mornings for charitable causes, which I believe they do, again, free of charge, and also cooperated directly and respectfully with neighbours whenever asked. Most importantly, in just 4 weeks, I've employed 28 members of staff, many of them from the local people from Ringsfield, Beccles, Bungay and surrounding areas. These are real jobs real opportunities in an industry that I think we all know has struggled and continues to. We are training people, building confidence and creating a workplace where people feel proud to come, where they can grow, feel valued, and sometimes leave their personal worries at the door for a few hours to simply enjoy being part of our team, Edge. Without this license, many of these jobs and opportunities would be at risk and they just simply wouldn't exist. I also want to be clear that holding a license is not something that I take lightly. It is a legal responsibility and one that I fully understand. A premises license brings obligations around safety, behaviour, noise control, and responsible management. I know the consequences of failing to meet those standards, and I have every intention of always operating professionally within the law. If not, it would have a real impact across my wider businesses, which, as I've explained, I've worked so hard towards. We have already provided a noise management plan, which I'm sure there'll be questions around it, and taken all concerns seriously. We're not seeking to create disruption. We are creating a premium hospitality venue where guests can come relax, dine, stay, celebrate responsibly, and unwind. It would make no commercial sense for us to encourage noise, antisocial behaviour, or anything that damages the guest's experience. In relation to child protection and public safety, I respectfully say that our venue is a family-friendly, high-end establishment where respectful customers come to enjoy themselves responsibly. We would operate with clear supervision, trained staff, challenge 25 procedures, and active management oversight. Protecting children from harm is, as I've said before, something I take extremely seriously. I would also ask that concerns are considered fairly and consistently. There's already a licensed village hall within 100 metres, close to children's recreational spaces. We are not unique in operating within a mixed community setting and would be held to be the same at high legal standards. Most importantly, genuine antisocial behaviour does not arise simply because responsible restaurant holds a licence. Recently, and this happened, an individual actually approached our entrance in broad daylight and indecently exposed himself to one of my members of staff, walking towards the park area. That behaviour was shocking and unacceptable, and it illustrates that true public safety concerns come from individuals acting unlawfully, not responsibly managed businesses seeking to operate within the law. I would also note that some comments made publicly about our opening night do not reflect the reality of an event. A writer of such article attended our launch evening personally and therefore knows full well that the event was professionally managed and concluded promptly at 11 p.m. as agreed. I've also welcomed people from the village, all of you in fact, to come for a coffee and an honest conversation, to better understand each other's concerns and allow us to move forward as a community together in a positive way. Unfortunately, rather than speaking with me directly, some chose to instead go to local papers or post negatively online without first having a conversation, which has brought us here today. Another day of loss for me because I'm unable to obviously work, which I'm sure most of you are too. That is disappointing, particularly when supporting young entrepreneurs and local businesses should be something communities encourage. It is even more disappointing given everything I've already done personally to add value here. I don't have a corporate backer, I have no outside investor, and I have no one else funding this venture, just simply me, my hard work and my determination, and of course my team. It has therefore been made far harder to trade and get established when negativity is spread publicly instead of concerns being raised constructively and directly to me, not just on your Facebook. Regarding parking, I would respectfully ask the committee to consider the wider context. We have significant on-site parking provision, including around 25 spaces at the front. Additional staff parking is now being created at the rear and further spaces there too. And parking allocated for each lodge, so they sleep 2 to 4 people and they've got parking spaces for those people too. And our restaurant seats around 50 to 60 covers, which many guests would either be staying on site or, of course, with an alcohol licence, arriving by taxi. There has also been occasions where surrounding roads, greens and nearby areas have been busy due to local activities such as cricket, football, which I've explained I support, and events unrelated to our business. It would therefore be unfair to assume that every vehicle parked in the area is connected to Edge at NOCO. We cannot be held solely responsible for all the parking activity in the village but we can and we will continue to manage our own customers responsibly by encouraging considerate parking at all times. Ultimately, I asked the committee to look at the full picture. This is a young business built with determination and great intentions. We are creating jobs, supporting charities, backing local suppliers and people, helping the community and investing in the future of this area, which in return, as a proven fact, will add value to properties in the area. I'm simply just a young chef, entrepreneur with a dream and a desire to work hard to create a place of joy, further job opportunities and the ability to train young people within my industry. One thing I care for deeply and take pride in. Respectfully, I ask that you would grant this licence so we can continue to build something positive. Thank you for your time.
Ask the subcommittee for any questions to the applicant.
Yeah, good morning. Thank you very much for your presentation. I see you're very passionate about your work. Could I just, I've got a couple of bits in your management plan that you sent later on. I'm a bit confused. It says it's a wellness retreat, but when you have events and perhaps 400 people, is that really a wellness retreat? Sorry, I assumed a wellness retreat where people come, have relax and stay. Yeah. I'm sorry. Thank you.
That's right.
In regards to the wellness retreat, it is a wellness retreat. The 450 capacity limit that was put on, that was undertaken when we had a fire risk assessment done by a professional company, and that's what they stated the venue could hold. So the 450 was put through because they were the numbers we could hold with inside the site. We have the breakdown on each room and like the lodges and everything else. So the 450 was for the whole site. We like the restaurant is 50 to 60 covers, as Alex has explained. So the split across the actual site would be 126 guests split across the cafe and the restaurant area, 60 in the shop spaces, 60 in the salon and terrace space, and 60 in the upstairs dwellings, currently not in use, and then 60 across the offices and the kitchen, with a further 60 guests inside of the 10 lodges and 30 maintenance and building staff working on site. So that is like at peak capacity. We would never expect to see them sort of numbers like on a normal day-to-day basis, with the shop only holding around 10 guests normally throughout the day at one time. So the 450, I think, is one of the stumbling points in this whole application, but it was based on the fire risk assessment.
And sorry,
Yeah, yes.
sorry. Yeah. Getting back to I know we talked a lot about the car parking. If you had not saying you will, but if you had a maximum people arriving, where would all the cars go? I know you've got the permission, I assume, to use the village hall.
No.
Oh, you haven't? No.
Okay.
We did
that for the lodge.
Yeah. In the event that there was an event of such size, we would then do a full risk assessment of that event specifically. So we would look at that. If it was an event that we had put on, it would be a case of we would look at alternatives transport for people coming in, whether that be coaches, taxis, that sort of thing. We fully understand that we are not in any way trying to say that we're going to be able to fit around 200 cars on site to fit the 400 in. We understand that. We know the capability of the site. That was literally based on the fire risk assessment when this is what the area is. So this is what we put forward in the licensing application. We know that we can hold 50 covers in the restaurant, and we have a reasonable amount of parking for 50 covers. We have 60 people in lodges, and they all have their own dedicated car parking spaces to the lodges. We also then have we had 2 car parks either side of the venue. We've now stopped using one of them past 6 p.m. due to it being too close to the residents. We've moved that, and we've now, as Alex said in his statement, moved that to the rear of the site, to the furthest point away from any residential area. We are working proactively alongside the the traffic plan to make sure that we are not disturbing any of the local residents in any way, and we are making sure that we're moving most of the noise away from it as much as we can.
And we'd also hope as a licensed premises, much like how a village pub would operate, that people wouldn't be driving. We would encourage, you know, pedestrian foot traffic, taxis, minibuses, things like that. And as Aaron rightly said, the actual breakdown of how many people we can have in each area, we can't exceed our fire assessment. So 120 people over the cafe and restaurant is, you know, pretty much as we can host for events. You know, 60 people in the lodges, that's obviously not in the same space. All of these places have their own car parking.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Katie?
Thank you. I understand you originally got planning permission for this site in 2023, and I think maybe the applicant has come to this a bit later. Can you just sort of talk me through the process by which it changed its original offer? As I understand it, some wellness retreat lodges and then a cafe and a small shop. Is that right? Into what you are now proposing? What was the process, and at what point did the applicant come in to change this business model?
So my business Edge is we're an outside catering company anyway, weddings and events, private dining, private chefs. We go around people's houses. I just simply got approached about a year and a half ago to basically, do I want to house a concept in the building? The part of the building, anything built there has got absolutely nothing to do with me or the planning in that sense. Obviously, we just want to operate our restaurant, and obviously, as we know, like the earnings of that would be highly undertaken of sales of alcohol, because if we do high end, you know, food, for example, we're selling wine flights and things. If I can't sell wine, I wouldn't be able to have my business there.
So sorry, is that picking me up? So up to this point, it's been a cafe with daytime operating hours, and it will now become more of a restaurant and events venue selling alcohol.
So the events part of it would be like one-offs, and we're talking more when we're talking events, we're talking birthday parties and like small gatherings where they can come in and dine, because we can't exceed what we can sit to dine. So it's more of a dining experience than an event kind of venue. So it's now a cafe restaurant. So the only change from that original would be that it's not a cafe and a shop, it's a cafe, shop and restaurant.
Can I ask another question? Yeah. So you spoke about the way you believe in the local community and how this is benefiting the local community. So you mentioned the charities you've donated to and so on, but how does this particular offer of the restaurant with, you know, extended hours benefit the local community when most of the people using it will be coming from outside the community?
I actually am not sure that we will be a destination restaurant. The whole point in Edge No Co is that it is a local amenity, much like the Village Hall, the pub, and you know, the people staying in the lodge. So there's 10 lodges that can sleep 60. So yes, that part is maybe destination, but as a farm shop and cafe, and local restaurant, that would, we do believe that that's more of a local.
Excuse me, can you just pull your right?
Sorry.
Okay, that's better.
I
Yeah.
pressed it, haven't I? I think I did press it. Yeah, we've much more, yeah, that is a local amenity. The lodges would be more of the destination side.
Thank you very much. And then going back to the issue of parking again, I think you mentioned that you anticipate, sorry, was it 60 covers in the restaurant? Is that what you said? And you have 19 parking places currently, is that right? So assume 25 parking places. Okay. So that's assuming that you will have some tables seating more than just couples and that they're all arriving in the same car. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, sorry, I'll just to add to that. So the restaurant's laid out with 2-seater tables and 4-seater tables. So that 60 is split across that number. And on an average of 2 people sharing a car, at 60 people would have 30 cars tops, but we couldn't seat doubles as well. So you've got to allocate out for the 4-seaters as well. So we believe, and there is additional parking being made to the rear of the site as well.
Sorry. Oh, yes, go on, yeah.
We also do have a booking system, so everything we do at the minute is pre-booked. So we have a very firm concept of who is coming in and out of the building for table reservations at the minute. At the minute, we have been taking walk-ins, but we haven't yet really been at full capacity. But again, we can obviously monitor everything in advance at the minute. So we know what we've got coming in for the parking. The lodges at the minute also, we haven't got anyone staying in those at the minute. So we do have that additional space for 60 while the car parking is being arranged at the rear as well for the overflow.
Thank you. Nice. Yeah.
Yeah.
Great, thank you. So I just got lots of questions all at once. I take it there's some outdoor seating area for the restaurant, and also the lodges have outdoor area. How close are they to neighbours, gardens and homes?
I don't know. So I actually did a Google Earth drawing of this thing, and the seating to the rear of the venue is 45 meters away from it, and then the lodges all face inwards, and the closest one again is on the edge of the outside area to the thing, so around the 45-meter mark to the roadside front.
Couple of questions. You said originally that the lodges were for 2 to 4 people. Yet you've got 10 saying it's 60. Sorry?
Sorry, some of them are up to 6 guests.
Right, so but not all. So 60 would exceed what would normally be expected.
So they sleep that many, but we do allow people to go into them. So you can have gatherings and things, if you know what I mean. It's the same amount of cars. So we let up to 6 people in the lodges, if that makes sense.
You also talked of dwellings above fitting 60. So that's 120 altogether living on site. Is that correct?
So upstairs there is a dwelling at the minute, a first floor, big sort of area, isn't there? We've had the fire risk assessment done on that. That says 60. That's actually currently not open at the minute. It's whether that could be a dwelling, whether that could be a private hire space. It could, that at the minute is empty and has no plan.
But it is intended to be used in future.
Well, it's within the boundaries, isn't it? So we've had to obviously account for everything within that red line. So we have put from our fire report exactly that all of the areas, because everything then becomes licensed.
Right. Why do you need the licensable area to be so large to cover all the lodges?
Okay,
Most places would have a restaurant or a bar.
The reason for that would be is if people dwelling in the lodges, for example, and again, this is one of the late night refreshments requirements for it. If they would like a hot food or a hot drink after 11 o'clock delivered to their dwelling, we would need a license to be able to do that, because the sale would then not be from the restaurant area, it would be then off-site. So that part of the application is more a case of us being able to deliver that service to the lodges. And if they would like a mimosa for the breakfast in the morning, sat outside, we would be able to do that as well. So it's more of a case of being able to serve and be within the license and objectives to be able to serve into them lodges.
Okay, thank you. And what's the final question? I did have another one. In terms of the type of people who are going to that, is it primarily adults?
Sorry.
Yeah, sorry.
Daytime families and an all mix of range of people from 2 years old to.
But within the
lodges, 16 and above.
16
and plus, yeah.
Right. So they wouldn't be allowed to have alcohol, would
It would
they?
be accompanied by an adult.
Yeah, it'd be a family,
Yeah, if,
Yeah.
so above 16 and has to be accompanied by an adult.
And
over
are
18.
you taking bookings for single sex?
We don't
Single sex
operate the lodges.
in terms of
The
hen
lodges are,
nights or stag nights?
Oh, no, you wouldn't take stag nights and stuff, would you?
no,
It's supposed to
No,
be luxury.
no,
accommodation.
no.
Yeah, like.
The price point wouldn't, you wouldn't get a stag do book it anyway.
Yeah, it's not, it's again, it's a wellness retreat. So it's people that want to come and sit by a lovely pond, look at the Creek Up and chill and have a nice time. The lodges aren't actually booked out via NOCO, they're a separate entity altogether. We're actually applying for the license to just be able to serve food and drink to them. So, but they are price pointed out, and it would not be in anyone's interest on site to be booking in stag parties and hen parties.
Right. And
Can I ask a question?
yes, Karen, yes.
Thank you. Yeah, on a related note, I see that you have, or you will be providing for a drugs amnesty box, which is a very progressive, responsible thing to do. Is that because you anticipate that kind of activity?
Yeah, go on.
So when I filled out all of the license application, I actually used a lot of that from another venue that we DPS at. And these were all things that were spoken about, and we just thought were very responsible things having there. So yeah, that wasn't due to the site itself. That was a very generic sort of list that I pulled from.
I thank you, Chair. My extra questions have been covered.
Oh, okay. Okay, thank you. Therefore, invites the licensing officer to ask questions of the applicant.
Sorry, we all have a statement. Do we get to do ours as well? Sorry.
I'll ask.
With the subcommittee's chairs permission, then yes, they can.
Yes, okay, yes, okay.
Sorry. So yeah, good morning, everyone. So my name is Daisy, and I'm the proposed DPS of Edge NOCO, and I'm the one that originally prepared the first premises license application. As you know, originally this application covered a wide spectrum of licensable activities that are offered to every new venue who applies for and submits a brand new premises license, including the option to be able to offer things like films, amplified music, performances of dance and more. When originally preparing our first application, we included the above activities to be able to give us the option to consider hosting one-off events, like Alex mentioned, when asked for by the Ringsfield community, and a license just being able to allow it. To give some things as examples, amplified music meant we could host like a Christmas choir performance, for example. Indoor sporting events meant we could host our own NOCO pool or darts team. But I think it has been widely misunderstood that at any point we are trying to operate a 450 live music venue in the village of Ringsfield, of which we agree, to quote many of the objections we've received, would be absolutely and wholly unsuitable for the location of village. When putting this application together, as mentioned before, we applied for a wide license of activities to be able to give us different various opportunities at sporadic times throughout the year, but at no point were these activities our primary focus. Our primary focus is, and always will be, to run the Village Cafe, a restaurant that serves wine and beer to our dining guests, and a farm shop that serves the community and also services the on-site lodges. Due to the 10 lodges being on site, we applied for long hours to be able to serve alcohol and late night refreshment. Late night refreshment not referring to alcohol sales, but instead referring to heated food and hot drinks served after 11, and must be applied for if you want to serve hot food and drinks after this time, and would be necessary for us to offer a room service element to the lodges. So we have kept this and included this in our new application. When preparing our initial application, we researched the other businesses operating in the area of who had their licenses granted, of which the village hall license can serve alcohol till midnight, and the local pub can serve alcohol from 10:30 in the morning. So this is not common practice in Ringsfield already. So we went ahead and applied for early alcohol license time as well, meaning that we could, as Aaron said, serve a mimosa, for example, to someone staying with us in a lodge, or hot food to our guests at the lodges outside of the cafe and restaurant hours. For those who obviously don't know the area overly well, we're situated around 60 metres from the village hall, and same to sort of a recreation ground. And since opening Edge NOCO, we've taken some videos that we've submitted of cars parked on the verges around the area due to events at these venues. whilst our car park itself has only remained half full from our own guests, meaning the traffic and the parking caused in the area has yet to be due to the activity we operate. As I said earlier, we have a booking system. We've been watching our numbers. We know exactly who's coming in and who we've got on tables. Our 450 capacity would mean that we could host pedestrian foot traffic as well from the village, something that we have seen since opening NOCO a month ago. And again, to reference Christmas as a prime example, like Alex said, we could welcome the village community walking to us legally under our license with, you know, very little impact on traffic. And this license capacity gives us the scope to be able to consider one-off community and village events like that with pedestrian foot traffic, which we already see with, you know, working for the 2 other community spaces in the area. We are all, you know, experienced event and hospitality managers, as well as myself being a parent to a 4-year-old. And so our sole focus is operating a cafe, restaurant and farm shop as a family-friendly space, not a live music or large events venue. And we take the, you know, the licensing objectives incredibly seriously with creating this family space at the forefront of our minds. Any events that we had originally considered hosting for the community would have come with extensive traffic and noise management plans to make sure that, you know, they're not only suitable for us as a venue, but where we're located. And, you know, we firmly believe that we haven't yet reached any of the traffic and public safety concerns. And, you know, these objections we're talking about at the minute are currently hypothetical. The 450 capacity we submitted in our licence was in line with our professionally undertaken fire risk assessment of the venue and how many people we could have on site with our fire escape routes and doors. But, you know, could have on site is the key phrase here. We never planned or do plan to sort of operate at this capacity in day-to-day trading. This is just our legal level of which we wanted to be covered for across the multiple areas due to applying for the whole site to be licensed. Again, so, you know, we could, you know, host one-off events and serve food or drinks to the accommodations, for example. Again, to give an example of this breakdown from our fire report, this is split into the following: 120 guests over the cafe and restaurant, 60 in the shop spaces, 60 across the salon and terrace spaces, 60 in this upstairs dwelling that's currently not in use, but it is still within the premises boundary, and 60 across the offices and kitchens. Then, with the further up to 60 guests in the 10 lodges, and 30 maintenance and building staff working within the grounds, and this is at our maximum capacity. So this is where the 450 total in our application has come from, as we have to license the whole premises. On a day-to-day, for example, our shop hasn't seen more than 10 guests in there at any time out of the 60 that we can legally hold in there from the fire risk assessment. However, you know, for a one-off Christmas shopping event, for example, where we could have invited down local trade stalls, our license would have covered us, you know, to have our legal capacity at any time. So under normal circumstances and day-to-day, we would not be operating anywhere near this capacity. The original application just gave us the opportunity to work legally within our license to put on, you know, such one-off community-led events. The original application, we feel, has wholly been misunderstood, and we appreciate the opportunity now, to be honest, to be before everyone and explain the original application, but to also sit before everyone and, you know, confirm that we have gone through every objection sent to us. We have listened to the community around us, that they don't wish for, you know, all of these additional activities we've added on to be available at Edge NOCO. And we've since revised a new application that only includes us, you know, being able to serve alcohol and late night refreshments to our guests dining, staying with us and purchasing local products from the farm shop to the lodges. I hope that we have been able to give you a bit more of a further understanding that the 450 capacity applied for was applying to the whole staff and includes the staff and the lodges, and that we cannot, you know, legally and safely operate of what our fire report has already outlined to the bar and restaurant, where we wish to serve alcohol, which, you know, is 50% less of that 450 capacity that we've applied for. However, we obviously need to be able to account for staff, maintenance team, to be able to run a, you know, safe, clean and well-managed site. So yeah, that's everything for it. So yeah, thank you for your time today. And yeah, we just hope that we can, yeah, come to a positive outcome for everyone involved.
I just have a couple of little bits to add to it, and then we are done. Since we put in the temporary event notices for the open night and other bits and pieces leading up to today, We have been working proactively to listen to all the objections, and the first thing we did on opening night, we realised that the staff car park weren't going to work because it was in too close a proximity, and I think that's the video that was presented of someone leaving that car park. We moved that car park the next day before anything was brought to our attention because we'd realised on the night. We are a proactive team that wants to stop problems as soon as they arise, not like let them build up and get complaints about it. It's more beneficial for us to realise what's happening before it happens. We've also taken sound readings while we've been trading. For example, the noise levels inside the venue with the sound system turned up. And when I say sound system, that's a very loose term because it's actually Apple iPod minis, and there's 3 of them across the inside of the venue, which, if you don't know what an Apple iPod mini is, it's the equivalent to like an Alexa, so like a little round speaker. Top readings with 5 of us in there talking over it, trying to make it as loud as I possibly could inside the venue to see what it would get to. We got to around a spike of 97 decibels. Outside the venue by the pond area, it was at 37 decibels, and some of the noise that was recorded in said noise sound readings was of birds chirping as well. So they were some of the spikes in it. We also then done some roadside, with the roadside spiking at 74 decibels. That was a car passing by that was not related to the venue. We did some in the car park to the rear of the site, and the readings in the car park were cars leaving. There was one of the cars leaving the site, and we spiked at 62 decibels when leaving the site. So we are actively looking at ways to do it. In the noise management plan, you can see that there's a fence now been erected around the outside of the site to help disperse the sound and send the sound back. And once it comes off of it, the lodges have been designed so they all face inwards, so they don't face outwards towards anyone. And the venue has a 2-stage door system to actually get inside the venue with no sound being played in the lobby of that thing, so that there is always a door shut to stop the sound from exiting the site. So we are proactively looking at ways to limit the disturbance of any sound from vehicles. We stop bins being emptied after 6 p.m. to stop the noise of glass being tipped into a bin, because we all know that's the worst sound in the world. So we are proactively looking at ways to help and stop the noise. Thank you.
Yeah.
When you did your presentation just now, you gave out the amount of people that you could host at each part of the venue. I couldn't write down quick enough. Could you just
So this is just in line with the fire risk assessment we've had, so this is why we've applied for it.
Yeah.
So it's 120 guests split over the cafe and restaurant.
Right. Yeah.
60 in the shop spaces.
Yeah.
60 in the salon and terrace space. 60 in the upstairs dwelling, but this is obviously currently not in use. And then 60 across offices and kitchens. With a further up to 60 guests in the 10 lodges, and then 30 maintenance and building staff within the grounds, which again would be within our boundary.
Sorry, it's important to mention as well that them numbers were actually, but were they submitted when you asked about the original plan of the fishing lake and cafe. Those numbers are from that exact fire report too as well. And so they've not been added in because we're there, is basically what I'm just saying. Thank you.
Just one more question for me regarding the noise. Can you tell me where the noise monitoring points are likely to be?
Yeah, so around the site, we're going to do, so obviously there'll be noise monitoring inside the site throughout the day and evening. And then outside the site, the one will be taken from roadside at both of the entrance to the car park, even though one of them is not in use, because the car park that's now not in use is right beside the nearest dwelling. So that will be in our opinion, the one that we base everything else off, because that's where we need to make sure that we're not disturbing anyone. And then to the rear of the site, and then one beside the village hall, because the village hall is next to the car park and the dwellings entrance.
So it will be closest to the most noise sensitive properties.
Yeah. There's, in my opinion, that's really, the other ones are there just to make sure that the sound's not distributed, or we're not getting sound coming in from other areas, is because that is a factor as well. We only want to manage our noise. So we want to be making sure that we're taking readings, say if there's an event on at the village hall, to make sure that we're monitoring the noise that's coming from there, so that our license isn't affected by outside noise from other venues in a very close proximity. The village hall is 60 meters and they don't have decibel readings to, like,
Okay.
there's no noise limit, sorry, on there.
Okay. Did the licensing officers have any points to raise from the two statements that were made? No.
No, Chair.
Okay. And legal advisor?
And my question, I do have some questions, but
Yeah,
I
sure.
ask my questions after the objectors.
Oh, okay, right. Okay, right. Right, so therefore, I don't know who wants to come forward from the rep.
Can I make it clear at this stage, this is just to ask questions, it's not to present your
Yes,
objections?
this is to ask questions.
You will get the chance,
of-
you will
of
get the
the-
chance to
Yeah.
present your case, but this is just to answer questions.
Thank you.
Hello, my name's Oliver Spurdens. I live directly adjacent to NOCO. But just a couple of questions on what was just stated. Obviously, they've said obviously the car park is now not being used. However, it clearly is, because there's still cars parking there. Whether this is a car park which is completely along the side of our property and our garden. And I appreciate, they're doing what they can to stop people parking there, but that definitely is still being used. It's like it's just been used all the time. But I appreciate that's something that I just think needs to be.
so that's
obviously
like the guys that build the site.
Can you turn
Sorry.
off yours?
I'm up.
Yeah.
The guys that obviously building the site, which you obviously know probably better than me, because I've only been there 4 months. They're obviously the ones. That's more of a sort of a planning scenario. None of my staff are parking that side as we agreed, because I've told them not to, because you told me not to, and obviously I want to respect you. So it's really like a bit of it's not like a licensing application scenario. I don't know. It's not about an alcohol license or anything with the parking, because they're more. I'd argue that that's sort of like Paul Green and Ian sort of conversation, where it's their staff that are parking there, or the cleaning for the lodges, perhaps. But as I said yesterday, I passed that message straight on to them to say, don't park there. And while it's still a building site, I mean, yeah.
Can you turn yours off?
Yeah, obviously, and just a couple of bits. Obviously, where you stated that the shop can take 60 people, the shop, just to be clear, the shop is about 4.5 meters by 4.5 meters. So could you fit 60 people in a 4.5 meter space? Because I want you to realise, obviously, I'm trying to hold it back. It's emotional because it's our family home, and where our children are. If something's not right, obviously, I need to say, and I don't think you could put 60 people in a 4.5 meter box by 4.5 meter, and the lodges aren't 45 meters away. I would say that one of the lodges is within 10 meters. Would you say of my house? Within 10 meters, you've got a roadway and then a lodge. So just to make that point, and that's all I really.
Yeah, and the valid, like, we understand you, right, that you can't fit 6 people in there. Again, with the 60 people, that was not that weren't our ruling. We were given a fire risk assessment of the space based on the fire exits and what they deemed was able to be in there, and they stated 60 people. You're quite right, and we're not trying to argue that fact at all. You could probably get 10 people in there comfortably looking around that shop, because it's been done, and we understand that. We're not expecting 60 people at once to be trying to get in that shop, and we wouldn't want that, because it's not good in any way, shape or form for anyone, because it's not a good way of us doing business, and it's not good for you guys. We understand that. The rear of the lodge is probably within 10 meters of you, but we've based it on the area where the sound can come from, and the sound would be when they're sitting outside that property. So yes, we do understand that. We have erected fences around it to try and help with the noise dispersion, but again, we're not looking at party venue. We're not trying to be a party venue in any way, shape or form, and the lodges are not designed to be party venues. We are looking at a wellness retreat where people can come, sit, relax, eat, drink. If there is a problem, we want to work with you. Again, in the noise management plan, we've put in place that there is going to be a hotline for locals and residents to be able to contact us 24/7 when the site is on running, for you to be able to contact and be, please, can someone deal with what's going on? If it hasn't already been brought up already by one of the management team that will be on site. We are not in any way trying to make it difficult for anyone living nearby. We want to work with you. We want to be proactive with it, and we want to make sure that these issues are sorted.
Sorry, one more point. Question. The space above the venue was always, we were always told that was going to be for a site manager to live on site, you know, to manage everything, keep it. And there's a chap who was involved with the whole project, lived there with his family. He's now moved out and it's gone from being somewhere who's going to look over the site and keep things in control and reasonable. We weren't worried because he was going to live there with his family. He's not going to want the noise. He's now this week moved out, and now they're being told they're going to have potentially another, was it 120 room for another 120 up there?
It's sick. Well, the fire risk assessment says that dwelling upstairs can legally have 60 people in with its fire exit. If it was any space legally 60 people, but it's currently empty. There is nothing, no plan with it at the minute, but it's obviously included within the boundary, so we've had to include it within the license application.
Okay.
Just sorry, yeah. Obviously on that, it just feels like we've been told a lot of things are going to happen, and we weren't personally worried because the chap that was living there moved out this week, I believe, with his family. He's not going to want noise. Now he's moving out, and he doesn't want to put up with the noise. And there's now going to be further noise potentially. You might not use it, but obviously I'm sure you will. As a big space either for events or whatever, you know. But yeah, that was all.
In fact,
if I can just
yes,
step in this stage, at this stage, it's not for people to make their case.
Yeah.
It's the sole purpose for coming forward now. Everybody will be given the chance to speak, but we've only the meet we have to sort of progress the meeting and deal with it. So at this stage, it is to ask specific questions of them, not to make representations. So I will have to step in and say, if it's not a question, but you will, if anybody wants to come ask a question, then with the permission of the subcommittee, you can. But it is questions at this stage. You will be given the opportunity to say something. I know that people do want to ask questions, so I'll hand back over to the chair.
Okay, thank you. Just one question which has been raised by the person. But will you have staff present overnight to control any?
Yeah, the plan for
living on site.
As in the noise management plan, there will be a dedicated management team on site the whole time the site is in use.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, Gavin, yes.
Right. With your leave, you can allow other people to ask questions. I must make
Yes,
questions.
Lady Ola.
And if they if you could please introduce yourself, because we have to make sure that you're the person who made representation.
Find you.
Hi, I'm Emily Pluck. Hello, nice to meet you. I must have missed the coffee invite because I haven't had that one. My question was, the additional parking you're talking about at the back of the site, has that got planning permission yet?
Not yet.
Okay, so
yes.
So the additional planning at the back of the site you're going to add in has planning permission, because from what I understood it didn't.
With what we're
trading at with at the minute, the parking that we have if you're looking at the front from the road, the right hand side, that parking there is around 25 spaces. We then have the lodge parking, which has already been agreed within the stuff. Everything else is additional to that, and we are looking forward to going through with it. Hence, it's not being in use yet because there is a process into getting it. But right now, we have enough parking spaces for the restaurant and everything that we are using.
Yeah,
If I could just step in again at this point, any matters, we're here to consider the licensing matters and license objectives. If there's any concerns about planning permission, they can be taken up with the planning and enforcement officers in the planning committee. And we're here to discuss licensing. We're here to discuss licensing.
I completely understand that. My point was that they'd made the point that there was going to be additional parking, but I wanted to confirm whether that had been agreed, because obviously that impacts that noise volume and the traffic disturbance. So I just wanted to confirm whether that was my point.
okay, thank you. Anybody else? No. If you can introduce yourself, please. Yeah.
Hi, my name's Kerry Foster. I also missed the coffee invite. You have been taking sound measurements on site. Thank you for doing that. Are you acoustically qualified competent person? Are you qualified to take those sound readings?
In answer to that question, we can get somebody to do that. Any sound reading are unable to make.
Yeah, yeah.
We are. There is no harm in anyone getting in a professional if you would like to. The DB readings have been done with a decibel meter reader that has been calibrated and is used in other venues and is been okayed by other licensed authorities to take said readings. We are not going to have a professional on site every time that we want to take the sound reading, but we will have someone on site with a calibrated decibel reading machine to take said readings.
Thank you. And then, another question. You've given us reassurance that you're going to operate as a restaurant rather than an events venue. Can you confirm that there's a party booked on the 16th of May this year?
Yeah, it's it's a 30th birthday party, and a 40th birthday party. And again, a birthday party coming to dine is in a restaurant is not unusual. Every other restaurant in Norfolk has people come in and have birthday parties. So would I call it an event, or would I call it people coming out for a birthday party? That's.
I guess it depends on the numbers. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anybody else from go out the back? Can you introduce yourself, please?
Yeah, my name's Phil Worrell. And as with, I think, everybody sat over there, I also missed my coffee invite. And that's actually what I've come up to ask my first question about, a couple, is how did you send those invites out? We've been told in your presentation that we were all invited for coffee, but none of us have received that invitation. Therefore, is anything that you've said actually true, or can we just all make stuff up?
So there was a chap that was going to come here that retracted his objections. And obviously I'd spoken to him because he was the only one that actually came to have a conversation with me, like, you know, I believe we could have done. Now, to be clear, I'm operating that business solely on my own. So it's been very hard. And I don't know if any of you have ever opened a restaurant on your own. You'd know what it felt like. So for me to come out to you guys, but I've been there pretty much every single day from 7 in the morning till 12 o'clock at night working. Now, the guy came out to speak to me and I've said to him, this is a great opportunity for me to get you to ask the people that are object, because I'm actively being a chef working every day. And he said to me that he would pass that on. Likewise with Mark from the Village Hall, I believe. I also mentioned and asked him to ask you guys to have that conversation, because at the end of the day, this isn't a personal vendetta against people. This is just me trying to run a business that the site, to me, at the end of the day, I'm bringing my business. And the thing that matters the most is that you guys are feeling welcome to come in and vice versa. Really.
I would have thought if you were running a business, the thing that matters the most is the money. But it is good that you're looking out for us. One of the things I got a little bit confused, so this is a question just about clarification on what's been said. It said that essentially, if you have 60 covers in the restaurant, then the restaurant is full, but you can still serve to people that are in the lodges. But at that point, when the restaurant is full, am I right in thinking nobody that's staying in the lodges can come in for a drink, because that would then exceed that 60? I don't quite know how those numbers work.
So that's done on bookings, and like we have clarified, we do everything by pre-booking. So if we had, say, 60 people in the lodges, and then we had 60 people that wanted to book on that evening, it would be in 2 sittings. So everyone in the lodges would have their booking times, and anyone that wanted to book on the second sitting would have their time. And we would make sure that we would never exceed the 60 people sat down in the restaurant at that one point. And if they wanted to go for a drink, they could then sit in the cafe. So we have the space across the site to be able to cater for them, but we wouldn't be going, okay, well, you're in the lodges, you can't come in the restaurant. We would just manage the time, manage the space, and ensure that there's not more than 60 people sat in that restaurant at one point.
So the cafe is actually only open till 4. So it operates from 9 till 4, and then the restaurant itself is open in the evening. So there is no crossover between the restaurant and the cafe. So we have that cafe space as an extra space then, as you know, drink it. If anyone did want to come for a drink or coffee, they can come and sit in that space, or outside on the terrace, obviously.
Okay, thank you.
Could I ask just one more question? I don't know who this needs to be aimed at. I've come here and I apologise because I'm probably not best prepared. I don't know all of the ins and outs of what
This is only questions
Yeah,
regarding the applicant at the moment.
Okay, fair enough. I'll pause with that one there then.
Yeah. Yeah, sure.
What I would say is obviously you will be given an opportunity to have your say, but so you can possibly deal with it at that point.
Yeah. Right. Oh, yes, okay.
Yeah.
Yes, if it's to the applicant.
Thank you. It's really good having these discussions because more things emerge. I think this point about whether we're licensing a restaurant for meals for the community and beyond, or an events venue is quite important. So can you, from your perspective, tell me what you consider to be an event, as opposed to just, as we saw earlier, you have the whole restaurant booked up for a single party. What would the distinction be from your business model perspective?
We would operate inside the licensing like what we can cater for. So if we had a birthday party of 60 that wants to come and dine, that would be no different, in my opinion, to booking 60 separate people. So we would cater for what we can sit in that venue. An event to me would be a private hire of the whole venue, and you've got 120 people on site or whatever we can cater for, and they have the whole venue hired out for themselves.
So this wouldn't admit a scenario in which somebody could book the restaurant for a weekend and all of the lodges at the same time. Would that be possible?
I think with an event, we're classing things that aren't events as things that we can offer day to day. So we can offer food day to day, coffee, hopefully alcohol. An event to us would be something if we're trying to add additional things in, like live music. If there's going to be, additional things to what we're not already offering as a restaurant and bar cafe space. That makes sense.
So could something like booking to hire out all the lodges to stay in and have use of the restaurant?
Essentially, yeah. Hang on, am I on? Yeah. The lodges are separate to us, as in they've done through a different booking system. But if somebody wanted to book into the lodges, and book every single one, as long as they're within their capacity of up to 6, it's the same as if they're in one party, as opposed to separate bookings. And then we would happily take a reservation for them in the restaurant if they wanted to dine together. But again, if they wanted to be an event, they'd be looking at things like live music and stuff like that. Would be us looking at a completely separate event plan as to day to day.
And also just to add, the scenario that isn't great, as in that's providing that I wouldn't cancel a 2 to provide a whole event for everyone that's booked the lodges, if that makes sense. So if someone from the community's booked a table of 2, I wouldn't cancel their table to then fulfill a full booking. So the booking system is open as, you know, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, which is the days the booking systems are open. So unless it's pre-done, like the question of the 16th, it was pre-done before I opened the booking system. Now my booking system's live. You could book on there right now for a Thursday, Friday or Saturday. I wouldn't remove your booking to facilitate a private event. So the unlikeliness, obviously, most people would want an event on a Thursday, Friday or Saturday because they want their friends to come there. If we're calling an event the private hire of the place. But most venues, you know, I've worked in establishments, high-end restaurants, Ingham Swan, Wildebeest, all of them kind of establishments, and they all have private hire offerings, but it's very unlikely because the restaurant trading that we don't cancel our bookings that are booked for a private hire is basically what I'm saying. It's not like for example, not just saying because the Village Hall, but we work in wedding venues and they're booked for a reason of that event, wedding, charity event, whatever that looks like, for an event space. Whereas this is a restaurant trading with an alcohol license is simply what we're seeking. A cafe in the day, restaurant in the evening. Sorry to butt in, by the way.
More questions? No.
No point.
No. Okay, I think it's legal advisors'
Yeah,
opportunity to.
I do have a couple of questions. Firstly, I note that you've asked for the ability to serve alcohol slightly later on a Thursday. Is there any particular reason for requesting that?
The restaurant is open Thursday, Friday, Saturday. So.
All right.
And then the next question is obviously under the Live Music Act, if you have a license, you're allowed to play live music and recorded music in the area that's covered in red or color, the red area, which is quite a large area. Why do you need the entire area red to be licensed?
So we don't use it. The answer to that question, we don't for music. It's more for the sale of the alcohol and sale of hot food and stuff after 11 o'clock. We want to be able to serve a like to the lodges if they request it. That was the reasoning for it. So that's why we put in the perimeter fence line for the lodges to be catered into that. We don't need it for music in that whole area to be covered with music.
And the next question, the following question from that is, if the subcommittee has concerns regarding the entire area being licensed, is there any scope to reduce that area?
What were you there?
I think if we don't include the lodges, we do run the risk of them bringing their own alcohol, of which we have no governance over. And so to include the lodges within our barrier, we do then have, we can sort of keep an eye on that. If they're not included, then essentially that's not.
Yeah.
Follow-up question to that.
Can you pull it a bit closer?
The follow-up question to that is obviously the concern is that everything within everything, regardless of what you say, everything in the red area is covered by the Deregulation Act. And so is there any scope to reduce the area?
Is there scope to change it so there's like 2 maps, one for the service of alcohol to the lodges and the late night refreshments to be able to cater their food to the lodges, and then a second one that would incorporate where live music or amplified music would be able to play?
Unfortunately, I don't think there is. I think that'd only happen on review, on a review.
Right.
Sorry. Yeah. So the another point to make though is that the fact that this venue being staffed, the lodges are obviously nothing to do with Edge at NOCO. Edge at NOCO is a food and drink operation, nothing to do with the lodges and the stays. It's a totally different business.
Not even owned by you.
Not owned by me, by the people that have built the retreats, the lodges.
The question I have, follow-up question of that is sort of effectively it's the same point, is that given what you've said, is there scope to reduce the licensable area? And secondly, given that the lodges are not owned by a separate business, what control do you have over them? Given that,
So the control, obviously, if we become a licensed premises, that we are going to have
Control,
staff
yeah.
on site. Whereas what we're saying is if they're not within the scope of our business anymore, because they're not under our license, that in that licensed area, then they wouldn't be. Does that make sense?
so if I get this right, your actual business, is the restaurant, is the area covered by the main.
From the that way to the rest. Which I think I'll show you on that.
I get what you're saying, yeah. So it is just the area that says restaurant, cafe, shop, as page fake. I did have it before, and I was looking through it, I lost it. So effectively the area at the front of the site, I can sort of see a sort of a boundary around it. To be blunt, would there be any scope to reduce the license to that area?
In as long as the sale of alcohol from site and stuff, because the way around that for us would be that they could come to the restaurant and then take stuff back to the lodges if they require, like whether it was from the farm shop or stuff like that, and then we could drop the licensing boundary down to rounds outside of the court there, so like from the edge of the pond, which is the terraced area, back through to the restaurant area.
Okay, I have.
License enough.
Just going to jump in and say, so the activity for the sale of alcohol is where the alcohol is appropriated to the contract, to use a horrible word, but it basically means where it's allocated to that. So whichever point it is, normally it's in a bar, or if it's in an off sales, you kind of say that is the bottle of champagne that Lodge 12 wants or whatever. So the point at which that is done is the location that needs the license, as opposed to where it's handed over. So if that assists.
One point that does concern me from what's been said now is that whilst you may have staff on site at night, they have no ability whatsoever to remove the lodge people if they misbehave.
No. So the business of the retreats also has an on-site staff because they're looking after their people. As in, if something happens to someone in the lodge, it's their responsibility.
So there's a separate management team. So there's two management teams. There's the wellness and the lodges management team, and then there's the Edge NoCo management team. Edge NoCo management team are responsible for everything that goes on inside the venue, and they would be monitoring the noise levels and everything within inside the licensed and premises. That's why we put in for the premises around all of the lodges, because that management team would be looking after the responsible noise levels and everything to do with the 4 license objectives. But there is also a maintenance team and a management team looking after the wellness retreat and the lodges, just in case there's a broken tap or a toilet's blocked. There is that full team on site. So there would be someone on site that would be able to remove anyone if there was a problem. Hence the hotline in the sound management plan, so that if anyone did notice a problem before it was notified to us, we could then take that responsibility and go and get it dealt with. Whether it's the Edge NoCo routine, because it's something to do with the Edge NoCo venue, or the wellness retreat, there is someone on site and will be on site at all times to be able to deal with it.
There isn't. I've noticed there's a lady that.
Yes.
He wants to ask a question, but I mean, with your leave. I mean, I've asked all the questions I want to have. I think it may assist the committee if a plan was produced showing the area that's actually owned and operated by yourselves and what's owned and operated by the other business, if that's possible. But I don't have any other questions at this stage.
So if the lady has a question directly to what's been said, yes. Yeah, okay. Oh.
So I was just wondering, who actually has the public liability licence? Who, I believe it has to be displayed. Who is that? Who has that?
Yes.
The public liability, and are you talking public liability insurance on site for the two people, for the two different companies? So there'd be two. So there'd be one for the venue itself, because that is one separate business. And then there'd be a separate one that would be ran by the wellness team, because again, that's a separate business. So there'd be two public liabilities insurance, depending on whose public was liable for it, an incident if it occurred.
No. Right. So are there any other questions directly to the applicant from the reps? The objectors? If not, we'll move on. Yes. Okay. We now invite those making representation to present their case. I don't know how many of you are wanting to speak. Yes. Okay, this is your opportunity to.
Lovely. Yeah.
make your case.
So my name is Oliver Spurdens. Myself, my wife and our two young children live at the Brambles on Church Road, directly adjacent to Edge at NOCO. Obviously, I'm raising my concerns regarding the application today for a licence to the potential capacity of 450 people located within our small village. Our concerns are as follows. A venue such as this would introduce high levels of activity, increased traffic and disturbance that we believe are not in keeping with the character of our small area that us residents live. We feel that the village is primarily residential, already being provided with a village hall to hold events, and is not designed to accommodate large-scale, late-night commercial operations. This is totally different to the initial past planning agreement, being a tea room and local convenience store, which was fully supported by us and the neighbours and would have been a huge asset to the village. The late night operation hours would have huge impact on our family life, with alcohol being served from 9 AM till 12 midnight, both indoors and outdoors. Living in a rural village, we rely on the quiet environment during the evening and night hours for rest, school and work. This could impact us hugely with late night disturbance, especially our children. Our house is in such close proximity to this, it would be and already has been hugely disruptive and stressful. We have serious concerns about the proximity of the venue in relation to our home, the village school and children's playground. Increased footfall, particularly where alcohol is involved, raising a risk of unsafe situations, potentially exposing them to inappropriate behaviour, noise and hazards. The outdoor area of NOCO is within such a close proximity to our home. It is very clear to hear conversations, noise, and any noise that is occurring when we are inside our home. Elevating the noise even more will impact us hugely. With the summer months coming up, this is a big worry for us. Our garden is a space that we enjoy as a family and feel our privacy and downtime will be massively affected by the increased level of noise. As we all know, large gatherings combined with alcohol can potentially lead to antisocial behaviour, and this is something that we do not wish our children to be exposed to, especially in their own home. We feel that these risks are highlighted when patrons will be leaving the venue late at night, potentially under the influence of alcohol. The addition of the car park that has been used next to our home has already proven to be disruptive, with engines left running, car doors slamming, people chatting loudly, all being late into the night. The potential increase in traffic late at night, including private cars, taxis, obviously will increase the noise and risk raise the risk to safety concerns for us on our rural unlit roads. Please bear in mind that the Crossroads has a history of nasty accidents, which is just up the road from the entrance. Can I ask, will noise levels be monitored and enforced in relation to safeguarding us from this as residents? How will dispersal of large gatherings be managed? The Environment Agency, I might have got that bit wrong, have stated that windows and doors to the venue must be kept closed to lower the impact of the noise to the neighbours. But how will this be managed with large numbers of people in and out? What measures will be taken to prevent disturbance from patrons outside on the deck, dining, smoking, vaping late into the evening? Given the scale of the proposed application and timings, its proximity to our home, children's school and places where our children play, and of light and late night operations, the application raises serious concerns regarding safety, noise, environmental impact, and the overall well-being of my family. I ask that careful consideration must be given as whether such a licence is appropriate in such a rural village location. We are both small business owners ourselves, and we are all for supporting small local businesses. Being direct neighbours to NOCO, I feel our concerns are justified. However, a well-managed with restricted operational times, ensuring protection and the well-being of my young family would be considered by ourselves if any kind of licence was to be granted. Sorry if that was a bit.
No, yeah. Does the subcommittee have any questions to this object? No. Thanks very much. Oh, hold on, sorry.
In terms of your concerns, is it the restaurant area or restaurant, so main building area that concerns you, or is it the wider area that concerns you, or is it both?
It's the restaurant itself isn't, because I'm sure they'll do whatever they can to keep that, quiet inside the restaurant. It's one of my biggest concerns is the wider area. So out the back of, obviously I don't know what you've seen, what you can and can't see, but out the back of the restaurant, which they've got a beautiful area, which is a large deck area, which my worry is you can stop the noise inside with doors and double doors and stuff, but if you're just talking, there was a case just recently, and there was just four women on the deck about 11 o'clock at night, and they weren't doing anything wrong, but they were laughing, joking, and they weren't being, they were just enjoying themselves. That carries so much. You can hear it inside our home. So it's the wider area. So if they're on the deck, let alone the lodge, which is within 10 metres of our home, that's my worry, is the outside, the noise from that. Does that answer?
Thank you. No further questions.
Okay. Oh, I forgot to ask the licensing officer if they had any questions. No. Okay. Thank you. Thanks very much. Oh, does the applicant have any questions to? No. Okay. Thank you. So, who's next?
Hello. Hi. My name's Emily, and I live very close to the lodges site. In fact, my house backs onto the site. Ringfield is a small, quiet, rural village, a place where elderly residents have lived peacefully for a long time, and with lots of families, where families like mine have chosen to settle because of its peaceful nature. When the original holiday lodge development was proposed, many supported it. We were told it would be a modest, low-impact scheme with a handful of lodges, a small shop, and this felt appropriate for Ringsfield, maybe even beneficial. But what opened on the site in recent months has felt very different from what the community was led to expect. Even in the short time the present premises have been operating, we've already seen some issues. Cars have been parked dangerously along the narrow road outside the site, forcing drivers into unsafe positions. We've heard loud noises occasionally, and it hasn't been open for long, gathering from outside the building. And this has been happening before any late night licence has even been agreed. Ringsfield has little street lighting and little in the way of pavements, and no public transport after the afternoon. People leaving late at night will be walking or driving along dark, narrow roads. Noise carries a long way in this rural setting, and it carries directly into the homes of those elderly residents and families. For my own family, nighttime disturbance is not a small matter. Sorry. One of my children has additional needs and is very sensitive to noise at night. The reason we moved to a small rural village. And the impact it would have is huge. It's not about inconvenience. This is about the well-being of the people that live there. I also want to raise something that I think is relevant to the committee's decision. The planning permission for this site, and I'm aware, I will get to my point in a moment, I'm aware this is not a planning permission thing, allowed holiday lodges, a shop and a management flat. It did not grant permission for a restaurant or bar, yet the building is already being operated in a way the management plan submitted to the council even refers to it as a restaurant and bar operating until 11 o'clock. I appreciate the planning and licensing are separate processes, but it does seem important that the licensing decision is not used to cement or expand a use that has not been formally approved. Although the applicant has withdrawn the entertainment elements, film, music, dance and indoor sports, the remaining request is still significant. They are seeking permission for on and off sales of alcohol and late night refreshment in a quiet rural village like Ringsfield. Late night alcohol sales inevitably mean late night noise, disturbance and increased traffic at hours when the village is normally silent. What makes this more concerning is the inconsistency between what has been said publicly and what has been applied for. I saw online recently that they sort of were stating we're creating a high-end peaceful retreat when tranquility and relaxation in mind. Yet at the same time, they were at that point seeking permission for outdoor live music, late night license and events. The gap between the message raises understandable concerns about how this site will actually operate, because we can say one thing that we're going to put these things in place, but there is no guarantee that this is going to happen. I'm nearly finished. I want to be clear. We're not opposed to a small daytime cafe or shop operating responsibly. This is what we were told to expect, and many of us welcomed it. But a premises selling alcohol late into the night is simply not compatible with the character of Ringsfield. It's not about resisting change or opposing businesses. It's about making sure whatever happens on this site fits the scale, character, and safety of the village around it. Ringsfield's not built for late night alcohol-led activities. The Licensing Act requires you to consider public nuisance and public safety. In Ringsfield, both concerns are unavoidable. The roads are narrow, unlit, parking's limited, and even in the early days of operation, there has already been problems. More noise, more traffic, and more activity than this small site and surrounding village infrastructure can reasonably cope with. Thank you for your time.
Any questions? No. Yeah, just one from me. You live close to Village Hall, which I understand also has a licence up till 11 and on special occasions till midnight.
Yeah.
What's the difference between? Karen.
Events don't happen as often. It is further over to the side from our house, more sort of further that way. There is parking for the events that happen there tend to be smaller. There is parking available for that. So we haven't seen, they tend to be more daytime events that we see. Occasionally we get an evening one, but not very often. And, this is something that we're saying is going to be multiple times a week. It's a very different thing to an occasional village hall being used for a children's birthday party, and then regular.
Okay. Did you have licensing first? Yeah. Any questions?
Just very quickly, it was just you mentioned the times of the village hall.
Yes.
You said until 11 p.m. It's actually Monday to Friday, 2 p.m. till midnight, and then Saturday and Sunday, 10 a.m. till midnight, and that's for on sales.
Right. Okay.
I have a couple of questions. First of all, are your concerns about this site as a whole or about the main building? I'll call it the main building.
honestly, the site as a whole, because I'm concerned with what has started out as a small, you know, what everything that was applied for has been extended out, and I'm concerned that, you know, we've taken off the music, we've taken off of these things, but is this just something to placate us so that we're happy now until, you know, we reapply again? I don't know. I have concerns about the site as a whole, that promises that are made now are not necessarily followed through with later.
And just one follow-up question to that. Are you reassured by the fact that the applicant is claiming it's effectively going to be a restaurant? The main building's going to be a restaurant. That's my interpretation. Are you reassured by that at all?
No, I'm going to be honest. I'm not reassured by that, because, like I said, we've already said they've got something booked. Someone could book out the entire site. There's nothing stopping them from doing that. I've seen plenty of hen and stag parties that have plenty of budget to book whatever they'd like. I think that we can say it's a restaurant, but actually parties are being booked, events are going to happen, because that is, I mean, you've got lodges and a restaurant. I have, you know, concerns that isn't what would happen.
I have no further questions.
Does the applicant have any questions to?
I have one question on that note. All of our bookings are looked after by a management team and are assessed at every point that they come through. What's the difference to us taking a booking for 60 people to come and dine in our restaurant to 100 in the village hall next door? With no management team.
They don't happen as often in the village hall. And like I said, the type of parties that are happening in the village hall are sort of children's birthday parties and small events like this. You know, that is a very different event than a party for a 40-year-old birthday party, or a, you know, generally.
Yeah, so obviously we do take everything seriously that you're saying. But in the short period, as you said, we've been going and been disruptive in the short period. In that short period, if there's any child events village hall, I've witnessed with video, so if anyone wants to see it, 2 weddings there, and actually was shown by Mark, look at this, we've got a wedding for 120, his words, not mine. And I actually went inside and looked at it. And then later on that evening, I've got videos of us leaving, and at 11:30, maybe drum and bass playing, and you probably heard it. And that was a wedding. And again, it happened the other day with another wedding. So obviously, as we've established, it's a short period of time we've been trading and been disruptive. Only in that short period of time have I seen 2 weddings at the village hall also. So we want to work together as the bottom line. It's not a, you know, you and us or anything at the end of the day, but I do appreciate your comments, and, you know, so yeah, I am sorry that you feel like that too, by the way, genuinely, because at the end of the day, I'm just a person. Like, it's not a big corporate company. Like, this is just, yeah. So I appreciate it. I don't want to host weddings there. We've got a wedding catering company that we can do that somewhere else. I just want to operate as a restaurant, you know.
Okay. There any other objectors who want to speak at this stage? Oh, thank you. Oh.
Hello, my name's Eileen Dallows. I live in School Road, which backs onto the Noco Edge. I was going to talk about all the things that I know everybody else is going to talk about, so I won't. I will keep it very, very brief. Very concerned that this has moved completely away from the original concept. It isn't what anybody agreed to, and now we have a high-end event organizer.
Could you move your
High event
closer? Yeah, thanks.
Organizer with a venue that he wants to use as my event. I just want to read what's at the bottom of their menu. This is the last page of their menu. It said that now in partnership with Noco Retreats, Noco offers a refined lakeside destination in Suffolk, blending exceptional cuisine, which I believe it is, immersive events, and timeless elegance. So they are advertising it in the menu as an events place. Okay. That's all I want to say. 'Cause
that it?
everybody
Yeah.
else will say everything else. Okay?
Okay, does the committee have any questions? No. Licensing? No. 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 Okay, thank you. Oh, did you have any points to make? Sorry.
I think again, it just depends what we are classing as events. Like a private dining event, we refer to that as an event. That can be 8 people. A large scale event, that's very different. Yeah, that is obviously not referring to large scale events.
Could I just clarify what you meant by immersive events?
Immersive events.
Yeah.
Yeah, an experience where I can go out and talk to the customers and explain the dishes just like I do on all of the private dining things we do around Norfolk and Suffolk. It's immersive. You're coming into my restaurant. I can tell you where the food came from, how local the wine came, blah, blah, blah. That to me is immersive if it's not.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other objectors wishing to speak? Go there. Oh, yes. Right one. Hello, can you hear me? Yeah, can you pull it a little bit closer to you, the speaker? Yeah. Sorry. Okay.
Yes, I think most things have been said, actually. I
You are,
agree.
sorry.
Sorry?
You
I'm
are,
sorry, my name is Mr. Murray, Mr. Roy Murray. I live at 4 Ways Church Road. I'm roughly about 100 metres from the restaurant area. I agree on everything that people are saying. We're all very, very concerned about the noise control. I cannot see a licence going through to midnight every night for entertainment or anything. It would be so disruptive. And they're putting the point about the village hall. I've lived with the village for 45 years in nice and peace and quiet. My wife and myself, we're both retired and we'd like to continue that way. Now, the village hall was moved out of the village central for the same reason that these people are now applying for a license, which they moved into the centre of our village. It's now a holiday camp in the centre of our village, which we as residents are paying council tax, good money to live in a business area. This is not on. This should never happen. I'm not against the restaurant and the cafe, but in all fairness, that would be good for lots of little events through the village itself. But they haven't got facilities to park more than 20, 25 cars, let alone the amount of people they're hoping to attend these events. And it's just going to go out of hand and there's going to be complaints and the police are going to be called in and all sorts of problems. I'm not against business people. I've been in business myself for 45 years before I retired. I know exactly how these things work, but you have to be concerned and considerate to people living in residential areas. This is what we pay for the residential council tax for, to live in a quiet area. I can't see any other reason for it. I mean, it's got to take notice of the people who live there. When that village hall was built, they moved out the village for that main reason, to keep it quiet, and that's why they got the acquired license. 14 years ago, over 35 people around our area went down to the planning department to oppose even a brick laid for where they've now built. And we were turned down point blank. They never even took us into consideration. This is the trouble. We didn't want to come up here and have to fall out with these people about the noise control and the valuation of your property. My house has been on the market for 2 years. It was valued at £350,000. And I've been told by the estate agents, and it's still for sale, we have hardly anybody look at it. A lot of the reason is because people are frightened of what's happening next door. Now, it's knocked £50,000 off my house and I'm still trying to move. I've been trying to downsize to a bungalow into Beccles, because obviously on retirement years, want something smaller. That's the main reason. But the whole life can be so totally destructive in Ringsfield if there's not some good control. And the only way I can see this going ahead is if the hours for the license, instead of being midnight, are down to 8, 9 o'clock maximum for any sort of live entertainment of as such, so it does not disrupt people. And it has to be in black and white. There's no good verbal, there's no good saying we're not applying for the license now, because all they'll do later on is apply for it at a later date. So it's got to have some sort of regulation on it so people can agree with it. And thank you very much for the invite to go down to the meeting, because we never received it. I don't know whether we missed the leaflet coming through the door.
Yeah, sure. Can you turn off your
Sorry.
speaker? Yeah.
Can I just step in? I don't think, I'm at the subcommittee, but
Yeah.
we're trying to have a relatively sort of collegiate friendly meeting. And I don't think it assists if there's comments about a coffee morning and invites or no invites, if we can possibly not deal with that point, and stick it to the licensing matters.
Yeah. Yes. Any questions from subcommittee? Yes, Katie.
The recent launch event that happened a couple of weeks ago, did you experience any noise impacts from that yourself?
We heard a bit, we're not too close to our reports from me, how it's possible. But it all depends on wind at night, so whatever. The village side, I was always first traffic. But as I said, our other main concern is we have a beautiful village green, which is dedicated to us, free from the captain built house across and made a lovely job. And that would be literally destroyed if they can't find facilities to park the cars, the restaurants. It's people's parking, and there's no way you can stop them. Somebody's got to go out there and fall over it, you don't want to do. That need to make proper facilities for customers to park their cars. I mean, if somewhere at the back, it's fine, out of the way, but not on the roof and not on the bridge green. That road is very, very narrow. I've been fighting for 2 or 3 years to try to get 20 mile limit through this bit. The safety for the children come down from the school, especially at 3:30 in the afternoon, come down from playing field, which is right past the crosses. And the traffic coming through there, I mean, he's quite correct at the time. And it concerns me greatly, because I literally do this as I stand in my kitchen watching the 4 kids go down. Just waiting for some accident, stepping out the roads. So it needs to be well controlled.
Oh, sorry, I didn't realise he hadn't. Yeah.
Yes, it needs to be well controlled and well policed, and also the traffic needs to be regulated, especially through the village now. We have an increase sort of tenfold in the last 10 years, so that needs to be done, especially for safety through that business as well as people living there. So basically, that's my bit. Any questions?
Any more questions? No. Licensing? No. Yes.
Should I just say one more thing?
Can you turn off that?
Yeah.
Oh, no, can you turn it on if you're speaking? Yeah.
Yes, it would have been nice if you'd have notified us that what your proposals were with the application. The only way the people in the village realised you were applying for this is it was nailed on a post outside your building. Nobody knew about it, and nobody was notified about coming to a meeting to explain. It would have been very nice if you had a meeting at our village hall, put leaflets through the door to everyone attend, so you could tell us what you intend to do, your intentions. We have that right.
Thank you. As per every, oh, sorry.
Legal advisor.
So I have one question to ask. Is your concern about the restaurant or about the wider area of the
I'm concerned about the wider area noise-wise. I mean, but you know, the restaurant, no, I hope it does well. I think it could be good for the village. The cafe is good for the village. We get a lot of walkers through our village. We get cyclists in the summer, and they even have a cycle event usually once a year where I think that the restaurant would do very well. But it's more of a noise factor, and there's a lot of young children living around our area, including Ollie Spurgeon, who's my neighbour, which I can understand why they're very concerned about it. It's a great shame that they just moved a business into a residential area. I mean, years ago when I applied to my business to move into Beccles, there was an office there which had living quarters with a site that I wanted. I used to be in the motor business and I wanted this car site. They wouldn't let me live in this site on this building because it was a business area and not a residential area. And that's exactly what you're doing here now. You've moved it the other way around. You moved into a residential area and you're expecting us to put up with it. They wouldn't let me do it 25 years ago.
Yeah, carry on.
Thanks. You're giving a really balanced view, and from your own perspective of working in business, that's really great. So you've said that you worry about the noise impacts, but you also think that the restaurant could be a good thing for the village. So in what way would it be a good thing for the village, and in what way could the noise impacts be properly addressed, including for those people whose homes border directly adjacent to it, in your view?
Well, I think it needs to be well policed, which is what was promised 14 years ago when they were agreed to go ahead with this. Brian Biles, who owned this property, was never allowed to build permanent houses there because the noise factor from the hall, which was well there before anything else had happened. And basically, we would have been quite happy with that, people in the village, because we'd all had the same concerns, peace and quiet, nice, peaceful village. So that would have been great. But he was turned down. And then, of course, the lodges were put on the menu and, of course, were pushed through against everyone who appealed against it, which seemed to be totally ignored. But the main thing we appealed about is the same problem I'm here now for, and why these people are here too. And it's the only way that could work with the cafe is they've got to provide somewhere a lot better parking facilities for safety on the roads, keep off the village green, keep out of the village, village car park. And it's got to work with people to make these things work. You can't just take it for granted. We should bow down to it. We have a right to live somewhere in peace and quiet, you know.
But at the same time, most villages want some facilities, which means businesses. You know, whether that's a village shop, a village pub, or a restaurant.
Well, we're still waiting. We are still waiting for the village shop. It was promised.
It is coming. It's evolving. It's like next week.
Yeah.
I'll
Well,
invite you there. I want to see you there. And I'll invite you to see the shop. And then everyone that says there isn't a shop there.
Turn yours off.
Obviously, are welcome to tell me whether it's a shop or not at that point. Yeah. It's just obviously been a 4-week period where it's been obviously nice and busy, and I'm grateful for that. I've seen a lot of local faces in there also using the facilities. I've been welcoming to them all. And then the shop, for me, basically I need to be open on that shop by the time that I have the lodges, because that was part of the planning that I have nothing to do with. I'm just operating it. So once the lodges are launched, there'll be a shop fully operational. The main thing is the first week I opened and I launched it as a shop, I put things inside it and I threw them all in the bin because no one used the shop. So obviously there is that grey area of like, it's like not really, if we're expecting me to run a business and continuously lose money, I wouldn't be there anyway. And I wouldn't like to think that we'd support each other in that way anyway. So for me, I want to have a conversation. I want to ask you guys, what do you want to see in the shop that you would come and buy from us? And therefore the shop will obviously, you know, proceed as it should, because at the end of the day, I do want to provide things that you can just nip over the road and grab a paper, grab a milk, grab what you need. And that's what it's there designed for. And bringing local suppliers together, basically. It's just been just me operating a business with brand new team, brand new staff, most of which, as I explained, are all local, all young, and all effectively not necessarily new. Some of them are new, other than my management team. Some of them are new to operating. So you can imagine it's been quite a challenge. So obviously, you know, I've got a great reputation that I'm trying to withhold with food and drink. And at the end of the day, I don't want to lose that overnight because I'm trying to do too many things at once. So it is a site that is there. I've taken it on. I've taken the opportunity that got presented to me. And at the end of the day, the shop will 100% be there in exact facilities that everyone is asking me to. Because every day someone goes, that's not a shop. I know. But I also know that it will be next week once I've now paid for the consultancy fee to come and fill that out as a farm shop. Do you know Norfolk Food Hall? Near the Norfolk Showground. So it's amazing facility. I've got them to come and consult. Next week it'll be a shop. Yeah. Well, you can you just see next week. It's fine. Thank you.
Okay. Oh. Okay. Yeah, if, we'd take a 5-minute adjournment comfort break for whoever needs a comfort break. Hello? Okay, thank you. So we're back to any objectors who want to speak. Could I ask that if the point's already been made, then don't labour the same point. If there's other points you feel need to be raised, then please come forward and.
Can I just ask the licensing manager just to say one thing about some discussions that went out of the meeting?
Yeah.
It was just in response to the information about the lodges being run separately, kind of not under the control of the applicant. So it was just a question of whether the applicant wanted to look at the plan that was proposed to see whether that was the appropriate licensed area to have around that. Mr. Clare has had a look and kind of made an adjustment to that licensed area, that other information. I suppose with the onwards thought, if the committee were minded to grant the application, then anything that would be applicable, any conditions or any restriction would be applicable across that whole area, and the expectation would be that would be within the control of the licence holder in order to kind of make sure those conditions are complied with. So I understand that Mr. Clare has just handed over an amended plan, different outline.
Yeah.
So smaller than the original licensed area.
Yeah. So if I can just clarify, if that area shown on the plan, which is basically limited to the restaurant and an outside dining area, etc., would they then be able to serve alcohol to the chalets,
Lodges and so on, yeah.
Lodges,
So if they were off sales, then yes, they could make those sales within the bar
Right,
area.
okay,
And then those could be taken off the
Taken back,
premises and
yeah.
consumed elsewhere.
thank
'Cause
you.
Yeah. Well, is that you got one thing I would say is also that the live music act and the deregulation only applies to the licensable area. So if, and I say it's a matter entirely for the subcommittee, if the subcommittee was minded to grant the license for a smaller area, then they would not be allowed to play live and recorded music in the external, anywhere outside of that site.
Okay, good. Yes.
Thank you. In this amended outline area, does it include the outdoor dining facility as well?
Yes, that amended bit, it would cover the courtyard area outside of the restaurant. So like there's a little courtyard area with a few seats for people to dine.
Have there been noise assessments, professional noise assessments undertaken for that area and its proximity to the nearest noise receptors?
There has been DB readings done, but they haven't been done professionally, but we can look into that and adapt the noise management plan. As we've stated before, we want to work proactively. So if there is anything we can do to distribute the noise from that area, then we're happy to look into it.
Thank you.
Chair.
Okay. So,
Sorry to interrupt. Just thinking, would it be helpful if we had a scanned version of that plan so that everybody could
yes,
see exactly
would
what
be
it was and
helpful
pop it?
for the objectors, but I don't know how we do that.
Do that?
That's only a paper copy. Yeah.
Yeah. Then it's clear, isn't it?
Yeah, I was going to say, if we can put it up, it's useful for you, but of course, we've only just seen it ourselves, so. Right, thank you, everybody, if you could take your seats. Thank you. So, are we going to proceed with any further objections? But as I said, if only, don't repeat what's already been said, but if you have additional points you feel need to be made, then please do come forward. Yes. Yes. Oh. Bring your baby. Okay.
Without repeating anything, just wanted to say thank you very much for the changes to the licensing that you've been doing. The one concern that we really had, we live a little bit further away, so about 400 meters away. Sorry, a bit. 400.
Could you move the speaker a bit closer to you? Sorry. Yeah.
Thanks. We live 400 meters away, so a little bit further across the crossroads. But even just as Ollie was saying, like just from the normal speaking voices of people having just a reasonable time, particularly the 4 women he mentioned, we could actually hear them as they were leaving in a jolly discussion, let's say. So the noise does really carry in the village. So I suppose the point I just want to make is timing. Timing and external noise is the thing that's really concerned us, because it lovely, great business makers, but it's just late at night, young children, quite tricky. That could be more articulate, but that's all I wanted to say. So it's just to reiterate and reinforce what's gone before, and just to say reasonable noise carries a long way in the village, and late at night in particular it carries a long way in the village as well, because everything's so quiet. So what is reasonable, I think reasonable activities, it does carry far, and so keeping it inside and earlier really helps us. That's all I wanted to add.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, sorry, Claire Sparks.
Any questions from subcommittee? No. Any questions? Any questions from legal? No. Okay. Yeah.
No, I have no questions.
Okay, thank you. I think that's our youngest visitor yet to planning committee. Sorry? Oh, okay, right. Carry on, thank you. Right, I understand that the plan's about to come up.
What we'll do is we'll leave that plan showing so that people can see it. It doesn't affect the rest of the meeting, so we'll just.
Okay. So are there any further objectors who have different points? Yes.
Yeah, I'm Stephen Warner. I'm a representative of the Ringsfield and Western Parish Council. I'm a trustee at Village Hall as well. The reason this slot got passed originally was because it's been a village shop, small cafe and fishing lodges, which will not cause a lot of noise. It's now escalating to a high-end restaurant, as we all know. It's going to be loud activities with a license. Again, it's 450 people on site, which we think is unacceptable as the council. The cafe should be limited to daytime use probably only, without no license. And there is only parking for 19 vehicles, which was on the plans. There's no on-road parking. And the thing about them offering the village hall funds or help, well, we've not had nothing from them. That's from the council and trustees.
Hang on, we can't hear you unless you've got.
You need to speak to the council and the trustees, not through Mark, who is on the community council.
Yeah, I would say these aren't really issues to do with licensing. They're planning and community, basically. Yeah. Oh. Okay. Is there this woman at the back? Yeah.
Yeah. that's
Right.
it.
Chair, members of the committee, thank you for allowing me to speak. My name is Claire Vitesi and I live in the village. Many important concerns have already been raised, so rather than repeat what's been said, I'd like to highlight additional points that I believe have not yet been addressed. The application seeks an alcohol sale until midnight and late night refreshments 7 days a week with a capacity of 450. Taken together, these are the hallmarks of an events venue, not a rural restaurant. Evidence shows that most diners make meal reservations between 6 and 6:30, with late reservations becoming increasingly uncommon, with only around 2% of bookings taking place after 9 p.m. Given this pattern, my concern is that anyone remaining on the premises after 9 p.m. is unlikely to be dining and more likely to be drinking. Combined with the venue's own marketing as a bar and event space, and with parties pre-booked at the venue, there is a real risk that regular late night drinking culture will develop. The lodges were granted as low impact fishing lodges. They all have kitchens. And so my concern is when you raise the demand for them to need food or alcohol after 11 o'clock, I query that as a proposal as to why it's needed to be operating at such late hours. In June of 2024, the Parish Council invited Councillor Specker and Highways to a meeting to discuss implementing a 30-mile-an-hour speed limit out of the village, as there had been several crashes on the national speed limit roads that lead away from the venue. And whilst the crashes were acknowledged and Highways noted that they needed reports of injuries or fatalities from those crashes and did not have that data to proceed with reducing the speed limit. However, it concerns me that inebriated people might decide to drive home on bendy, fast, unlit roads with no road markings. And if a late night licence were granted, the venue would have no defined closing time. This means as long as alcohol is purchased before midnight, patrons could remain on the premises drinking into the early hours of the evening with no clear endpoint to the activity. Comparisons have been made to the venue's proximity to the village hall, and whilst I acknowledge that functions are occasionally held there and alcohol may be consumed, the hall is far more commonly used for children's birthday parties, Pilates classes and mat bowls. It does host late night events, but on the rare occasion that these happen, the noise does travel and can be heard across the village. I myself was a member of the community council a few years back, and so had oversight and knowledge of the booking system. And I can say that the frequency of late night events or parties was very minimal. We're not talking about a Thursday, Friday, Saturday night event every evening at the village hall. Finally, the application conflicts with the rural character of the area. Licensing decisions must reflect local context, and this proposal is simply out of scale with the village environment. And for this reason, I would respectfully request that the application be refused. However, if the committee is minded to grant the licence, I ask that you consider reducing the hours, particularly for alcohol sales, and limiting the use of outdoor spaces to mitigate the most significant impact. And the last thing I just wanted to raise was, if it was a query, if the application can be amended mid-hearing, because I'm just minded that multiple people have raised objections but won't have oversight of the new revised plans.
Could you answer that?
The answer is yes, we can sort of amend it because if anything, it's reducing it. And the other answer to that is it's a matter for the subcommittee. The subcommittee could allow people to comment on the plan and the amended area that the licensing committee may consider. That's a matter for the subcommittee, but the subcommittee may allow comments limited to that point, I would say, if you're minded to do that.
From the objectors.
From anyone who's made objection before, but limited solely to that issue.
Okay. Right, no questions? No. Oh, hold on, there is one there.
Yeah, sorry. Of the amended plan that they've kindly put up, would you have any problems with that? Because that's just for the restaurant. It's just reduced into the restaurant and the cafe, not the whole area.
That sits outside of the restaurant, and that is most probably going to be used for dining in the evenings in the summer. And my main concern is the operating hours. and the noise that travels late into the evening. If there's no defined closing time, people can buy alcohol at 5 minutes to midnight and stay until 1:30 in the morning. And that's my main concern, is it operating and the noise that travels from the outside spaces.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. Can I just seek clarity from the licensing manager that that last statement was correct? That they could buy their alcohol at midnight and stay on site?
So the sale is the activity that requires a license. Consumption is unlicensed, if you like. It would be a matter for any license holder to control what was happening on their premises at that point, to clear it, to shut it, to make people move indoors, you know, those sorts of things. So those controls are there. And obviously, thank you, controlled by the hours that are any license that would dictate that as well. So hours and conditions could be used to control that.
Thanks for clarification. Yes. Oh, sorry.
Based on what you have just said, Martin, can I invite anybody that spoke previously about the impacts of this business on their properties? Do they feel that this revised bordering, limiting, would improve the situation for them or not? If you want to come forward.
Don't know whether I need to sit down with it. I just know, because with regards to the lodges, obviously there's one right next to us, but it's our main concern is the noise from the deck. Like I said, there's just 4 people on the deck having a nice time carries. You know, I mean, Claire, who just had to go, you know, she had it 400 meters up the road, so we're like bordering it. That the outside activities and the late night outside activities, like the lady just said, could buy a drink at 12 o'clock at night, still sit outside. It's no, not from my point of view. Thank you.
But as we've obviously took away the sale to them lodges, there's nothing technically stopping those people coming there and sitting on their own decking that they've paid for. So we've not got a problem with the lodges, but we've got a problem with the decking of the thing in what we've just said, exactly the same area. So I can police that decking and bring people in because they're making too much noise for you. The thing that you've not got a problem with is the massive area that can't then be policed because I've now reduced it. But I can't stop people.
Obviously, what's going to stop you in the first place if you don't own those lodges? What's going to stop you then bringing alcohol in anyway? I do appreciate what you're saying, but obviously there is a crossover there anyway. You know,
It's not too much of a complication. Like the lodges are being sold for people to come and stay. So whether it's a fishing lake and lodges, people will still come and stay and bring their own alcohol and drink on the deckings at night, because as I'm sure you do, when you go on holiday, you drink outside like most people would. Okay, no worries.
Thank you.
What I would say is that you can address them points in your closing speech.
Yes,
as well.
yeah. Go out the back, yes. So this is on the specific point of the change and.
Oh, is it? Sorry.
Yes.
Yeah, I can do that.
Okay.
I
Right.
was say something as well, so I'll come back and then do that. But we haven't finished going through it.
No, haven't finished everything, but I think it's this, just to give the opportunity for people who've said something that's limited to the plan, and then anybody who hasn't spoken will be given an opportunity just to say whatever they want. But so anybody else who's spoken already who wants to say anything that's limited to the plan, if they can come up, but if not, and then you can speak.
So, lady in the front row, did you want to speak?
Yeah, you come back this way.
So not on this specific change. Okay, right.
Yes, of course. Yeah.
Yes, yeah.
It was just to give the people who.
Because we appreciate that the positions changed somewhat during the course of the meeting.
So firstly, thank you to the team at NOCO for taking a look at the plan and redrawing it. I think that's, we're grateful for that. I think the key thing is it's really hard to explain how far noise carries in the village. So I live on the other side of Noco. Beyond the village hall, there's a village hall and a field, and then it's my home. And if I sit there and on a Sunday afternoon, I can hear the how's that at the cricket that's going on at the cricket pitch opposite Noco. That's how far noise carries. And so I honestly believe that anything that happens outside needs to be heavily restricted, because you will be at 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock lying in bed and listening to that noise. It's a very, very rural setting, and it's also very windy, and that sound seems to carry on the wind across the fields. So in answer to your question, I'm very grateful that that plan's been redrawn, but I think it's the outdoor noise. I think noise can be contained within the premises. It's what's happening outside. And then obviously people leaving the premises.
Thank you. Any questions? No. No questions. No. Thank you. Okay. Anybody who wants to speak who hasn't spoken before and has made representations? Yes.
Yeah, thank you for giving us the opportunity to speak, and thank you guys as well for the amendment.
Can you pull your mic a little bit
Close
closer?
this. Yeah, so I was going to come in a bit. Yeah, so I'm in complete agreement with the last comment, which was I don't think that changes a huge amount in terms of the noise, because the decking thing's going to be the most significant thing. But what was said just a minute ago was that people in the lodges may well bring their own alcohol on, etc., which is technically a different issue to what we're talking about today. But if they're doing that, it does raise the point about why do you then need to provide them with alcohol, because they're bringing it on themselves. And I think most people that were going to come with alcohol, head to somewhere, if they were planning to have a drink of an evening, would probably have it in the fridge cooling, etc., and whatnot for the evening already. And so stopping the licensing at a sensible time when most people, when you would consider it that most people would kind of like have sensibly completed eating, etc., maybe 8:30, something like that. Because then the sales to the people on there, I don't know how much you're expecting to sell to 10 lodges and stuff. I don't know whether, you know, keeping open, etc., for that kind of sale post meal time, etc., would be worth it. I don't know, but I personally am of a belief that restaurant absolutely fine, but it's the alcohol related knock-on effects of the alcohol being sold later into the evening that's the biggest issue. Yeah, sorry, I had a whole thing here because I'm kind of going around in circles already. I had a whole thing planned, but I don't want to repeat what everybody else has said. But and I know there's likely to be elements of that. But I live at a property which adjoins the site. Our back garden is adjoined to it. It adjoins to the relief road that was supposed to be used for emergency vehicles only, but is actually being used all the time at the moment. But I understand that it's still developing, so I get that there may be a reason for it now, but at some point, hopefully that can go back to the plan and not be used as a overflow car park or anything like that, and possibly be chained off or something, which would yeah exactly, and then be used for what it was planned for. But so we back onto it now. Just looking at this kind of from my family's point of view, we have 2 children. My wife couldn't be here today. I apologize about that. She had something she couldn't get out of. And we have 2 children, and my son's heavily autistic and had some global development issues. He's had a couple of operations in his life. He has really bad eyesight. He can only see what most of us can see, up to about 6 to 10 meters. So his vision is very limited. And anyone that suffers with autism, anybody that's lived with anyone with autism or taught anyone with autism will know that sleep is one of the biggest things that affects them. And my son is heavily reliant on sleeping well. Now, and the knock-on effects of that are quite significant for us as a family. We moved to the village 10 years ago. We moved there in 2016. I've lived in the area all my life. My best friend lived just down the road when I was a child. I went to the local school and so Ringsfield's been part of my life the whole time. We wanted to move there for multiple reasons, but one of the big significant factors in moving to Ringsfield was the fact that where we lived before wasn't suitable for my son for a variety of reasons I won't go into, and Ringsfield was. Ringsfield, without him being able to sleep properly, is no longer that solution. So for us, unfortunately, it probably means at some point we're going to have to uproot and move our family because of this, because the sleep's just going to be a too bigger impact to deal with. So that's a kind of like from the personal family point of view. But equally on the launch night that was there, I'd actually been out playing sport. I came back at around about 11 o'clock at night. And just to reiterate what's already been said, I was just stood outside in my garden about to come back in. And you could almost pick out some of the conversations which were being had as if that was happening in your own garden. Because once you get a handful of people together, everybody starts talking at a slightly louder volume. And once that's a big number, it's got, because we've all been to venues where you feel you have to shout with the person next to you just to be able to be heard. And so the noise will escalate. The summer months are coming, windows will be open, whether not at the venue, but if they're outside, that's irrelevant. But our windows will need to be open to allow airflow in the house to cool. And then there's nothing stopping the noise just from being straight in. My son's bedroom directly faces onto that. It's the nearest room in our house to that site. And so his sleep is going to be impacted by it because he does get woken very easily by things, fireworks, etc. I know they're much more significant burst of noise, but it'll be in our room when there's fireworks on, which happens a lot on New Year's. And now we're going to possibly have a New Year's party, which probably will contain fireworks, because why wouldn't you on New Year's? And that's directly next door to us. So that's going to be a horrendous night of the year for us, because it already is. So New Year's fireworks, all that kind of stuff. So these significant things happening just going to have a massive impact. And I know I'm only one individual and it's only our one family, but I think there's other people in the village that will have the same kind of impact to life. There's 4 significant things here, isn't there, with the application that we're supposed to be considering. There's the crime and disorder, the public safety, the public nuisance, and the protection of children from harm. So, I mean, I would say that last one, the protection of children from harm, just for well-being of life, that failed from my point of view for our family straight away. There's no kind of skirting around that while the noise is allowed to be outside. The noise which will then come from the traffic, etc., leaving the roads. I mean, the crossroads. We live quite near the crossroads, which is just a few meters up the road from the venue. It's only been a matter of months since I last went out there, having heard the cars collide. There's collisions there on that crossroad quite frequently. It's quite a dangerous piece of road anyway. So to be shoving more traffic there, with the possibility that some people have maybe had a drink and it's okay to drive still on one drink, etc., because it does alter your ability to do stuff, even though there is a legal limit. So that concerns me big time. Going back to my son, we can't let him cross the road on his own at the moment. At some point in his life, we're hoping that we can get to the point where we felt we could. But with something like this in the village, I'm not sure that even just walking around to the park or something is going to be a safe thing for us to do, like to let him do on his own. So yeah, that's the kind of like my main concern on that. But the public safety, the public nuisance, the fact that if people like if there's off-site sales that are allowed there, then you've just got that constant noise of people arriving. If that's allowed later in at night, people heading there for whatever reason to get drinks late at night. Again, I would urge that there's a limit on it. I'm not trying to make this thing not happen, because I think the restaurant could be a really great thing, but I just like, can't we just stop selling alcohol at like 8 o'clock or 8:30 or something like that? And then for me, the whole thing works. Not as a venue, not as a, let's put a big screen up and watch some football. It doesn't work for that, no, but it works as a restaurant, which is how you're trying to sell it today. The whole big screen thing, which has been kind of retracted now, that was a major concern because obviously of the noise pollution, but obviously that's been taken away. One of my concerns, and I'm not making any accusations here, but I just kind of know how this thing works. You get one thing approved and then you go for the next thing and the next thing. That would be my long-term concern, is that it's then starting to be used for these bigger events. It's bigger events bringing more money, and most of this, you're a business, you want to make money. So I kind of fully understand that you'd want to head down that route potentially. And if you coincide your other business being a wedding events, etc., yeah, then naturally you could bring the two things together and you'd have a strong case and the backing and everything that you need in place to do that. And so my kind of concern is, if too much freedom's given here at the moment, that it's just going to snowball. But yeah, so I think I'll stop there. There's a load more I can say, but a lot of it overlaps what's already been said. But I do, and obviously you've got my letter of application that you'll have taken into consideration already. But the biggest impact's just on me and my family, because I can't see us still being in Ringsfield if it ends up being late night, unfortunately.
Thank you.
Could you just, what was your name again? Sorry, do apologize.
It's Phil Worrell, Philip Worrell.
Yes. Any questions? No? Yeah.
You mentioned that you live, did you say you live near the car park, or no, where are you on this map?
We're basically where the entrance, sorry, the kind of lower entrance is, with the garden, the back garden backs straight onto it.
So you're suggesting that from your perspective anyway, something that might be more acceptable is the restaurant with stopping serving alcohol earlier, like at 8 o'clock. If that were the case, so that might mean then that guests leave around 9:30. Would the impacts of their leaving, in the car park and everything, the noise of leaving, would that still be manageable, or do you feel?
Sorry. Yeah, I think that then puts it into a kind of sensible time for someone to be abed and asleep, and because if there's not the reason of being able to still be served alcohol to stay around and drink later into the evening, most people will have their meal, maybe a coffee afterwards, relax or whatever, and then head off, because it's not then a licensed bar that can just carry on being the kind of after having a meal bar chat kind of side of things, social side of things. So yeah, I think it would, because I think you would disperse more from a restaurant rather than you would from an establishment which is specifically designed just for the alcohol. I think the reasons that you're at those two places are slightly different reasons.
Any questions from legal? Or Martin? Any questions? No.
I have no questions.
Okay.
Can I just clarify that we're not trying to be a bar? We are trying to be a restaurant. The alcohol sale is so we can sell a bottle of wine to a table and they can sit and drink it. We are not trying to be in any way, shape or form another pub in Ringsfield. It's a restaurant.
I would suggest that these are matters for your closing speech. You should say
we're sort of getting to the stage where the summing up for full parties.
You will, and you will go last. So you will get the final say, and you'll be able to say, as long as it's relevant, with whatever you want to say at that point.
Okay, so fine, you can go. Thanks. So, anybody else who? We're trying to give you the opportunity to speak, but.
Hello, I'm Nina Moran and live in the village on School Road. I'll try not to repeat any points. Hello, everybody. Just to say, this is not a vendetta against business. Everyone, my family, worked in businesses, worked for themselves, catering and otherwise. Just a couple of points, really. The first thing is you sort of started off the meeting saying how much you were invested in the local community and all of those sorts of things, and that it was going to be like a place to bring your family and enjoy time in the community. But the price point of, and it being like a luxury restaurant, does seem to sort of not match up with that image that you were trying to sell. And I think a lot of the things that you've been saying are not sort of evidence based. So you're saying that we're not trying to be an events place. We're currently, this is what we're thinking. We're planning to do this, but there's no evidence that you're not going to be at capacity regularly Thursday, Friday, Saturday. You could do that. And I think it's obviously quite concerning for the residents that there's no guarantee put in place that that isn't, even if it, right now that isn't your what you're planning to do. There's no guarantee that you won't, and as a business owner, why wouldn't you if you're going to make more money? Because money is going to come first as a business owner. I think the same concerns when it comes to the traffic and parking, the road safety with it being unlit, only pedestrians only on one side of the road. I think from a personal point of view, the very back of our garden sort of backs onto the woodland, which is probably, I don't know quite how far, but maybe like 100 meters or so from sort of where the back of the lodges are, which I know now has been revised. But when the workers were sort of carrying out the work there, we could easily hear like the radio being played and chats and stuff. So even from us, and we're a bit further away, that noise does carry. And you know, we have 2 young children. They are school age. They're 10 and 6. Especially in the summer months, that is going to be concerning for us when it comes to noise. I think the hours and the frequency, which I know has kind of been mentioned before, but different to the village hall, which, you know, we've used ourselves and we do hear things from the village hall from where we live. But I think the crucial thing here is that it's every day, every night. And that means it's a disturbance all the time for the people living here. So you guys get to go home to wherever you've chosen to live, and you've chosen to live there for certain reasons. You know, we've chosen to live in a peaceful village because it's a peaceful village and we can't escape the noise. So if this goes ahead, we are there living with it forever, potentially. So I don't think that that is fair or manageable for everybody there. I think just sort of the general concerns for children and families. You know, my children are getting to an age where hopefully I would be able to send them around to the park on their own with their friends. That would be more concerning if I knew that the amount of people that were there, the restaurant was full, the cafe was full, there was cars coming and going all the time. That does make an impact on our decision making for the safety of our children. And also just the being, you know, with late night drinking, you know, language, litter, you know, just a little bit of antisocial behaviour, even just when with people are having a good time, not necessarily things that you want your children to be exposed to in their home. Now, I'm not talking about going out and choosing to go to a restaurant, but when we're at home, it should be our safe place. And I feel like the safety and just the safety of being somewhere that is yours and is peaceful is being taken away from us. So I feel really that this is an overdevelopment and it's in the wrong location, placing a strain on the community, and it just doesn't seem compatible with the village that is there currently. Yeah, I think that's it.
Thank you. Any questions? No. Okay. Right. In that case, hopefully there are no more because we've been. Oh, okay, good.
So obviously you've had all of our representations and obviously you've read them, so I don't need to read through that. And I echo everything that everybody else has already said. There's just one thing that's specific to me, and that is around response times of emergency vehicles to our village. So there was a very serious incident a couple of years ago where it was somebody was very drunk and they caused it was unplanned, it wasn't targeted in any way, but they caused a serious amount of damage to a residential property in the early hours of the morning, and they used threatening behaviour. It actually took the neighbours to resolve that incident because the police, once they arrived on site, were very, very good, but it took them an awful long time to get there. So my specific sort of thing that I just wanted to say to the committee is when thinking about public safety, which is obviously one of the 4 licensing objectives, is a village of the size of Ringsfield with the infrastructure that it has, which people have sort of pointed to. We don't have pavements, we don't have lighting. Everyone, you know, if people get to the site, it's late night drinking, and then they cannot get home, they are going to try and walk into Beccles. And that is a recipe for disaster because there aren't pavements, there isn't lighting. And if they're in distress, they're going to knock on somebody's door and the police are going to be probably 15 minutes away. So that's just the final thing. I know that the police and the fire brigade and everyone else had the opportunity to comment. I'm not sure that they have taken that opportunity, but it's just something that I'd like you to consider. Thank you.
Right. In that case, I think we should move to the summing up.
Yeah, so the order of the summing up is the licensing officer goes first, then any objectors who want to have a final say get the opportunity, and then the last people to go is the applicant, and then you're retired to consider your decision.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. So over to licensing officer.
No, Chair. I think everything that's been said from the representations and any clarifications throughout the meeting has been perfectly fine.
Okay. That was brief. So, any objectors rather than stating everything again? No. Okay, great. So now
And it's the applicant. The applicant
that's the
wants to make a
applicant.
final speech, then
Yeah.
they can.
For your final.
So basically, anything you want to say it now.
Yeah.
We just want to clarify, like, we are here to work with everyone involved. We want to make sure that this license goes through. I think a lot of this is come from not understanding what we actually wanted to do in the first place, and it didn't come across that in the license. We understand that we're not a 450 capacity wedding venue. We are a bar, restaurant, cafe with now on the new plans lodges attached to the same bit plot of land. We are not trying to be more than that. The late night refreshments was so we could serve to the lodges, because that included hot food, not just drinks, not just alcohol. And we're not here to get people drunk and send them on their way. We are here to give them a good dining experience in a well-managed, well-looked after venue. And we will put the community first. We will make sure there's enough lighting at the front of the venue so that the pathway in front of ours is lit and people can see when they leave the site, if that is one of everyone's concerns. We take everything that you guys have said on board and we want to make our venue work alongside you. So yeah, that's what we're here to do.
Okay, thank you. One thing I would say is that were the application to be granted, then there's always the opportunity, if there is a breach of the licensing conditions, for that to be reviewed by the subcommittee or the committee. So, you know, this isn't the end of it. I do hope that the objectors recognise that we've given a lot of time to listen to all of your objections, even though some may not be directly related to licensing, some were planning issues, etc. So hopefully you feel that you've been listened to. We are now therefore going to adjourn as a subcommittee with legal advisor and democratic services officer to consider its decision. We're probably going to be an hour, but if it takes longer than an hour, then it may well.
I think an hour is the minimum. So
Hour's the minimum. Okay. Yeah. So thank you for attending, everybody. Yes. And we're coming. Oh, we're now in this room. Okay, there was doubt as to whether we had this room. Yeah.
Yeah, so I think the plan is to return to it
Okay, many thanks for your patience. Right, decision notice. Mr. Alexander Clare has applied for a new premises licence for the Edge at Noka, Lakeview Church Road, Ringsfield, NR 34 8NT. The application seeks to permit the supply of alcohol, on and off sales, as well as live and recorded music. The proposed opening hours are supply of alcohol on and off the premises, Sunday to Wednesday 0900 to 2300, and Thursday to Saturday 0900 to midnight. All outdoor sales to begin no earlier than 12 noon and finish at 2300 hours. New Year's Eve until 0200 on New Year's Day. Late night refreshments Thursday to Saturday 2300 to midnight, and New Year's Eve until 0200 New Year's Day. This subcommittee has been held as 32 representations against the application have been received from other persons. One representation was received from a responsible authority. This has since been withdrawn following the production of a noise management plan. Summary of grounds for the remaining objections were that the proposed licensable hours would be inappropriate in a small residential village and could cause crime and disorder, and that there was a lack of parking for the numbers proposed, which could endanger public safety. The noise levels would be inappropriate for a small village and especially for young children. The subcommittee first heard from the licensing officer, who summarised the report. The subcommittee then heard from the applicant, who wished to open a restaurant that would provide local employment opportunities and would be welcomed by and work with the local community. This is an industry that is struggling, and this is an opportunity to train people, and without the licence, the jobs and opportunities would be at risk. They are aware of their professional obligations regarding safety and operating within the law. This was intended to be a high-end family establishment with clear supervision, trained staff, and Challenge 25 policy in place. They indicated that antisocial behaviour would not be caused by the restaurant. They had on-site parking and 25 additional parking spaces at the rear, as well as parking at each lodge. The 450 capacity limit was due to the fire risk assessment. However, they do not ever anticipate reaching this. The lodges were to be part of a wellness retreat, and they were not intended to be used for stag and hen nights. However, it was acknowledged that if a licence was granted, then live music would be permitted under the Live Music Act in the entire licensable area. It became apparent during the meeting that the area applied for was not entirely operated by the applicant, and the lodges which were part of the proposed wellness retreat were owned and operated by a separate organisation. The subcommittee then heard from those who made representations in objection to the application. The objectors stated that Ringsfield was a small residential village and that noise travels far. Many of them have chosen to live in Ringsfield to raise their families in a tranquil environment. They were concerned that the presence of this venue would lead to a public nuisance due to the noise. This concern had been heightened by the launch event, which they claim had caused excessive noise and was reported to Environmental Protection. There was also concern regarding the lack of parking on site and the fact that this may cause on-street parking in a location where it was not suited or on the community green. It was made clear that the applicant did not have permission to use the Village Hall car park. The subcommittee heard from neighbours who were particularly concerned as to the effect of the noise on their children, impacting on their sleeping and the loss of their garden amenity. Also, they were concerned that the extra traffic may make it less safe for their children. It became apparent during the meeting that only part of the area applied for was operated by the applicant. The other area was a separate business. A plan was produced showing the area operated by the applicant. Objectors were asked if they still had concerns about the revised area, and while most were still concerned, others made it clear that they were less concerned about the restaurant and more about the wider outdoor area. The decision of the subcommittee. The subcommittee, having considered the application, the licensing officer's report, and the representations received from the applicant and the objectors, has decided to grant the application, subject to such conditions as are consistent with the operating schedule accompanying the application, however modified as follows. The licensable area shall be the area edge red on the plan annexed to this decision notice. All doors and windows being closed from 2000 hours, except for access egress during licensable activities. The decking will be cleared of customers by 1800 hours. The telephone number should be provided to neighbouring residents for any complaints. Any complaints should be investigated as soon as reasonably practicable, and the outcome of the investigation and any corrective action will be recorded, and the complaint record should be made available. The complaint records should be kept for a period of 12 months and produced to a licensing officer, licensing enforcement officer, or police officer on request. The licensable and opening hours are granted as applied for. That is, supply of alcohol on and off the premises, Monday to Wednesday, 0900 to 2300, Thursday to Sunday, 0900 to midnight. All outdoor sales to begin no earlier than 12 noon and finish at 2300. New Year's Eve until 0200, New Year's Day. Late night refreshment, Thursday to Saturday, 2300 to midnight. And New Year's Eve until 0200, New Year's Day. Reasons for the decision. The subcommittee is concerned that permitting licensable activities in the area as originally applied for was completely incompatible with the promotion of the licensing objectives. Regarding the prevention of crime and disorder, Ringsfield is a small village of 350 people, and permitting licensable activities to occur in the entire licensable areas applied for, with up to 450 visitors with no public transport, is likely to lead to disorder. In addition, the lack of parking leading to visitors parking on the road is a risk to public safety. Big concern is the public nuisance. Ringsfield is a small, quiet village with retired residents and where young families choose to move to for its tranquility. The noise from the licensable activities will disrupt the local residents to an unacceptable level and interfere with their use and enjoyment of their premises. In particular, it will impact on the children, especially on their sleep. For the above reasons, it was not appropriate to grant a licence for the whole area. For similar reasons, the subcommittee did not consider it appropriate to grant a licence for any area outside of the red line on the revised plan, as the noise is likely to still cause a public nuisance, in particular to neighbouring properties. The subcommittee was especially concerned about noise carrying from the decking. The subcommittee also noted that there was concern regarding the potential for breakout noise from people leaving the venue. Given the representations made and the objections, and taking into account the location of the premises, the subcommittee was of the view that licensing objectives could be promoted by the granting of a licence covering the restaurant, cafe and shop alone, as shown edged red on the revised plan, provided that the doors and windows are shut from 2000 hours and the decking cleared from 1800 hours. The reason for the difference is that noise from the decking is more likely to be intrusive than noise from doors and windows, and the decking is in closer proximity to a noise-sensitive premises. In addition, there is a requirement for a condition that the volume of any noise generated from the licensable activities shall be controlled such that it is non-intrusive at the boundaries of nearby residential properties. The fact that the licensable area is reduced should lead to fewer visitors and less parking overspill, leading to the area being safer for local residents. The subcommittee is of the opinion that these conditions are capable of promoting the licensing objectives and also balance the human rights of the owner to run his business and the residents of the neighbouring premises to enjoy their homes. The subcommittee notes under paragraph 9.12 of the statutory guidance that the responsible authorities are experts in their respective fields. The subcommittee placed weight in making its decision upon the lack of responses from responsible authorities and the fact that Environmental Protection, who had previously objected, had withdrawn their objection following the noise management plan. However, the subcommittee is not bound by the responsible authorities, and having heard the parties, is of the view that the above conditions were required. The subcommittee considered the council's own guidance in relation to licensing objectives, and that each new licence should be considered on individual merit. The subcommittee also took into account the representations from the objectors, and whilst it has sympathy for the objectors' position, the subcommittee does feel that licensing objectives can be promoted subject to licence as amended. The subcommittee advises that if the objectors experience any public nuisance as a result of this licence being granted, then it can be reported to the council. Anyone, including residents, can call for a review of a premises licence. The subcommittee heard regarding planning matters. The granting of this licence does not remove the need for planning permission for any relevant use and does not in any way imply that planning permission should be granted. In arriving at this decision, the subcommittee has taken into consideration the representations of both the applicant and the objectors, as well as the licensing officer's report. The subcommittee also considered the council's own licensing guidance and statement of licensing policy, as well as the statutory section 182 guidance and the Human Rights Act 1998. The applicant or anyone who has made a representation has the right to appeal to the Magistrates Court within 21 days of receiving notice of this decision, dated 29th April. Thank you. Oh, yes. The meeting is now closed. Thank you. Thanks for everybody's patience.